Chapter 2259. Eastern Sea. In the depths of icy sea area. In the pitch-black seabed, a huge iceberg filled the vision of two Sioux clan GU immortals. Sioux clan's two immortals had rank 7 cultivation level. One was Su Chen, specialized in healing methods. The other was Su Ming Wan, specialized in dark path. The two GU immortals were controlling a rank 7 immortal GU house. This immortal GU house was called Moving Pavilion. It was a rare strength path immortal GU house. The body of the house was like a pavilion. 8 thick blue gold pillars supported the roof of the pavilion and the base of the platform. The blue gold pillars were not straight, they were bent at an obvious angle. The two ends were buckled inwards and the middle was extended outwards. The entire moving pavilion looked like a huge birdcage. The two Sioux clan GU immortals were inside. Moving pavilion's surface was emitting a layer of deep blue light, blocking the vast seawater outside. Even so, the icy coldness still seeped in. After facing the iceberg for a while, the eyebrows and hair of the two Sioux clan GU immortals were covered in a layer of frost. So cold. This is an iceberg made of 1,000-year profound ice. Moving pavilion's defense is lacking, we need to speed up. The two Sioux clan GU immortals communicated quickly, activating Moving Pavilion together and using a strength path method. Immediately, with a loud sound, a corner of the 1,000-year profound ice mountain was broken by a formless force. It slowly floated towards the two Sioux clan immortals. After reaching a certain distance, Su Chen immediately moved, placing this 1,000-year profound ice into his immortal aperture. Bam bam bam! Moving Pavilion continued to exert force. Pieces of 1,000-year profound ice were dismantled and sent into the two Sioux clan immortals' immortal apertures. However, good times did not last long. A large group of ice-poison starfish were alarmed and charged over aggressively. The two Sioux clan immortals immediately became nervous. I will lure them away, hurry up. Hurry up. Su Chen immediately moved and flew out of the moving barrier pavilion. In this deep sea, even though he was a rank 7 GU immortal, there was still a huge risk in luring away the ice-poison starfish group. Su Ming Wan, who was guarding Moving Pavilion, was also not out of danger. Who knew what would be alarmed next? It was not easy to take the 1,000-year profound ice, even if a superforce like Sioux clan sent 2 rank 7 GU immortals and an immortal GU house that could rival rank 8 GU immortals, it was still filled with danger. But there was nothing the Sioux family could do. After joining the Heaven and Earth Great Love Alliance, the Sioux family was blackmailed by Fang Yuan, who demanded them to contribute water path resources. Fang Yuan had very high standards for water resources. At the very least, it could be used as a water vein node. Of course, the Sioux family had a lot of such resource points, but the Sioux family did not want to contribute them. These resource points were their own wealth. It just so happened that the Sioux clan was close to the icy stream sea, and there were abundant ice and snow immortal materials in the depths of this enormous sea. The Sioux family planned to mine the profound Bing here and contribute it to satisfy Fang Yuan's request. Faster, a little faster. Su Ming Wan tried his best to speed up, but he still didn't have enough Millennium Mystic Ice. But without Su Chen, his efficiency inevitably dropped by a large margin. To make matters worse, the sharks at the bottom of the sea were alarmed and charged towards the moving barrier pavilion. Sigh, it seems like we can only retreat. Su Mingwen sighed deeply and felt helpless. This 1,000-year-old profound ice mountain at the bottom of the sea was something that he had found with great difficulty. However, after this round of mining, the turbulence in the environment would trigger a chain reaction. The originally balanced and stable ecological layout would be broken. The beasts that resided here might start killing each other. Even if they didn't kill each other, they would be extremely vigilant. The slightest movement would cause the beasts to attack, and even more terrifying, it might cause a beast tide at the bottom of the sea. During this period of time, forcefully mining the Millennium Mystic Ice would be even more risky. It was best for Su Mingwen and Su Chen to leave this place and look for a suitable target elsewhere. However, just as Su Mingwen was about to retreat, an aura suddenly came from above the sea. Su Mingwen's expression changed drastically. This aura was so vast and majestic, mighty and majestic. The sharks that were charging over were instantly intimidated and fled in terror. Su Mingwen's face was filled with shock. This is the aura of a Venerable. At that moment, he felt as if a sun was shooting across the sea above his head. It's the giant sun immortal. He actually came to our East Sea. Su Mingwen's heart was in a mess, and he hurriedly reported this information to Su Chen. Su Chen was not far from him, and he was also shocked. Quick, inform First Supreme Elder of this information. Giant Sun Immortal seems to be heading towards our Su clan. Su Chen could not help but panic. Is the battle between two Venerables going to take place in our Su clan's territory? Su Mingwen was frightened by this thought. His face was pale as a sheet, without any blood. However, out of the two immortals' expectations, Giant Sun Immortal did not advance bravely. He slowed down and eventually stopped above the ICC area. Next, Giant Sun Immortal's rank 9 aura spread out even more wantonly, displaying a grand and domineering aura. The entire sky started to ripple with golden light. The golden light spread out in all directions at a speed visible to the naked eye. Sensing the terrifying aura of a Venerable, almost all the underwater lifeforms fled in a frenzy. Because of this, the two Su clan immortals' predicament disappeared. But the two immortals did not have a trace of joy on their faces. They were suspicious. What is Giant Sun Immortal doing? Oh! Giant Sun has stopped at the ICC area. In the immemorial two heavens, Fang Yuan quickly investigated this situation. Giant Sun Immortal did not conceal his traces. It was as if he was using his actions to tell Fang Yuan, I am here. Immemorial two heavens. As expected, he has stopped at the ICC area. Fang Yuan had a calm expression. The battle in Crazed Demon Cave had just ended. Even though Giant Sun Immortal had recovered, his battle strength would not increase so quickly. After leaving Longevity Heaven, Giant Sun Immortal's Dao marks were inferior to Fang Yuan's. Thus, for Giant Sun Immortal, even though he had found out about Fang Yuan's true strength, if he attacked Fang Yuan rashly, not only would it not benefit him, it would also benefit Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. Giant Sun Immortal chose to enter Eastern Sea. It was a wise choice. What he was doing now was to refine Eastern Sea's natural luck path Dao marks. Once he refined all of Eastern Sea's luck path Dao marks, Giant Sun Immortal would have the home field advantage when fighting in Eastern Sea. Even if Giant Sun Immortal was not in Eastern Sea, he could activate the killer move in the distant northern plains, and it would take effect in Eastern Sea. One could say that Giant Sun Immortal's action was like building a sentry tower in Fang Yuan's headquarters. Normally, it could investigate Eastern Sea's movements, and when necessary, the luck path Dao marks could be activated to attack the entire Eastern Sea. Fang Yuan could not do anything to Giant Sun Immortal. He could not leave now. Unless he gave up heaven form and went to Eastern Sea to chase away Giant Sun Immortal. This way, as long as Giant Sun Immortal retreated easily, Fang Yuan would lose a rank 9 killer move. If Giant Sun Immortal did not retreat and fought a battle of attrition with Fang Yuan's immortal essence reserves, which were already stretched thin, would run out. If they fought, Giant Sun Immortal would be at a disadvantage, but Fang Yuan would not be able to kill him. Regarding this situation, Fang Yuan had already expected it. Long ago, when the immemorial two heaven veins had just fused, Fang Yuan had already deduced the danger of heaven form. After the battle in Crazed Demon Cave, this danger only appeared. In Fang Yuan's opinion, the situation was already very good. Heaven form's collapse was a huge problem. What Fang Yuan needed to do was to resolve this problem as much as possible and create an opportunity to refine heavenly essence treasure Imperial Lotus. Right now, he did not have enough immortal essence. It was not time for the refinement. Obscured heavenly secret could not be exposed in advance. When Giant Sun Immortal investigated Fang Yuan decisively cancelled this move. For people like Fang Yuan, their own weaknesses and flaws could be used. Giant Sun Immortal's actions were already affected by him. Next was Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. Celestial Court. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable looked at Eastern Sea with her beautiful eyes. Giant Sun Immortal, she muttered. Giant Sun Immortal chose to stay in ICC area. This was a very peculiar location. ICC area was the western end of Eastern Sea. It was the closest place to central continent. Giant Sun Immortal refined Eastern Sea's luck path Dao marks to threaten central continent. Giant Sun Immortal sensed Fang Yuan's problem and immediately took action. But he did not fight with Fang Yuan. It seems that his battle strength did not rise much. He is also guarding against me. Thoughts collided in star constellation Immortal Venerable's mind. If there were only Giant Sun Immortal and Heaven Refining Demon Venerable fighting, then Giant Sun Immortal would definitely go to the immemorial two heavens and fight with Fang Yuan. Because Giant Sun Immortal had abundant immortal essence, even though Fang Yuan's battle strength was higher, he could not kill him. A battle of attrition was very beneficial to Giant Sun Immortal. After the battle of attrition, Fang Yuan's immortal essence storage would shrink drastically. He would not be able to display the advantage of refinement path Demon Venerable for a period of time. Rank 9 killer move Heaven form might even be destroyed if he could not take care of it. But with star constellation Immortal Venerable by his side, the situation was different. If Giant Sun Immortal fought with Fang Yuan, star constellation Immortal Venerable would benefit the most. Thus, from this point of view, star constellation Immortal Venerable's existence was actually helping Fang Yuan. Heaven form. Star constellation Immortal Venerable squinted slightly. This rank 9 killer move could not be left alive. During the Fate War, this killer move allowed Fang Yuan to enter Celestial Court. As long as Heaven form existed, Fang Yuan could enter any grotto heaven in the immemorial two heavens. This was a huge threat to Celestial Court and Longevity Heaven. After thinking about it, star constellation Immortal Venerable had a plan. At the next moment, she communicated with Jewel Yellow Skies and contacted Fang Yuan. Great love Immortal Venerable, I want to ask you to refine some Immortal GU, how about it? Star constellation Immortal Venerable smiled lightly. Within the immemorial two heavens, Fang Yuan's gaze flickered. Star constellation Immortal Venerable taking the initiative to contact him was within Fang Yuan's expectations. Fang Yuan understood star constellation Immortal Venerable's intention. He asked, "What Immortal GU does star constellation Immortal Venerable want, and how do you want to deal with Giant Sun Immortal?" Star constellation Immortal Venerable answered, "I need Star Thought GU, Star Eyes GU, and Permanence GU." Fang Yuan was silent for a moment. "Sure, but let me see your sincerity first." "Alright, here is my sincerity." Before star constellation Immortal Venerable finished her words, she turned into a star rainbow and flew towards northern plains. Chapter 2260. Star constellation Immortal Venerable acted boldly and decisively. She flew all the way to the center of northern plains, where Imperial Court Blessed Land used to be. She did not attack any of the Huang Jin tribes. Just like Giant Sun Immortal, she floated in the sky and started to refine the natural wisdom path Dao marks of the outside world of Northern Plain. At once, starlight shone and spread rapidly. Star constellation Immortal Venerable did not attack Longevity Heaven directly. It seemed that this was the best time to attack Longevity Heaven. After all, Giant Sun Immortal was in Eastern Sea. But the truth was, it would not be easy for star constellation Immortal Venerable to enter Longevity Heaven. A grotto heaven was stored in the void. Unless the immortal aperture's entrance was opened, outsiders could not enter easily. This was also the value of heaven form. Moreover, even if star constellation Immortal Venerable cleverly entered Longevity Heaven, she could not destroy this rank 9 grotto heaven in a short period of time. By then, Giant Sun Immortal would definitely return to defend and fight against star constellation Immortal Venerable. This way, Giant Sun Immortal would give up on attacking Fang Yuan, and star constellation Immortal Venerable would fight him. Not only would she get injured, she would also expend a lot of immortal essence. This was very advantageous to Fang Yuan. The three Venerables were in a standoff. They were wary of each other. While thinking of ways to attack others, these Venerables also had to protect their own development. This situation was very complicated. If they acted rashly and blindly, they would only be courting death. A sense of propriety was very important. Only by attacking at the right time could they slowly gain an advantage in this standoff between the three Venerables. The three Venerables understood this, thus, their actions were filled with guesses of each other's thoughts. They judged the situation and reacted accordingly. Star constellation Immortal Venerable had already calculated everything clearly. Her actions were the most advantageous to her. Firstly, Fang Yuan had to be weakened. This person was too shameless, he had no bottom line. In Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's mind, in terms of battle strength, Fang Yuan was much more difficult to deal with than Giant Sun Immortal. Fang Yuan's current situation was already very troublesome. Stabilizing heaven form would become increasingly difficult. Most of the Celestial Court's heaven path research results came from Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. She was very clear about this. Fang Yuan had to guard heaven form, he naturally had to expend immortal essence. As for his immortal essence reserves, he did not have much to begin with. And now, Giant Sun Immortal came to Eastern Sea and refined the luck path Dao marks there. This was a huge weakening to Fang Yuan. At the same time, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable took the chance to raise a condition to Fang Yuan. It was called Transaction Immortal GU, it was a way to weaken him. Secondly, the Giant Sun Immortal would also be weakened. Giant Sun Immortal had an advantage in immortal essence. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable had deduced this long ago. With this advantage, as long as Star Constellation Immortal Venerable did not interfere, Giant Sun Immortal's Dao mark refinement speed would forever surpass Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. Furthermore, for the entire force, the threat of Northern Plains GU Immortal World was far greater than Eastern Sea's GU Immortal World. Northern Plains GU Immortals had outstanding battle strength, they were brave and ruthless, but Eastern Sea's GU Immortals were different. Star Constellation Giant Sun Immortal, who was in ICC area, gritted his teeth, his expression was ugly. But he did not move, he continued to refine the luck path Dao marks. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable did not attack Longevity Heaven or the Huang Jin tribes, this did not cross Giant Sun Immortal's bottom line. If Star Constellation Immortal Venerable went against this bottom line, Giant Sun Immortal would definitely return and fight with Star Constellation Immortal. There was no doubt about this. When a strong enemy tested their bottom line, they had to retaliate. Otherwise, if the enemy thought that they were weak and easy to bully, their future would only get worse. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable did not cross Giant Sun Immortal's bottom line. Giant Sun Immortal did not have a strong motive to return. So what if he went back? By then, even if Star Constellation Immortal Venerable left, could Giant Sun Immortal chase her all the way to Celestial Court? Even if he chased her all the way to Celestial Court, could he fight with Star Constellation Immortal Venerable? Wouldn't that benefit Fang Yuan? If Star Constellation Immortal Venerable left and Giant Sun Immortal did not chase after her, instead returning to Eastern Sea, what would happen if Star Constellation Immortal Venerable went to Northern Plains again? If this happened again and again, Giant Sun Immortal and Star Constellation Immortal Venerable would advance and retreat. What was the point of going back and forth? Wouldn't traveling cost immortal essence? If Giant Sun Immortal did this, not only would he not refine many Eastern Sea luck path Dao marks, he would even waste time and immortal essence. Wouldn't that be a joke? But Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was different. Even if she advanced or retreated, she still had the immortal GU that Fang Yuan obtained. Thus, Giant Sun Immortal did not move at all, he continued to refine Eastern Sea's luck path Dao marks. At this time, Fang Yuan took the initiative to find Giant Sun Immortal Venerable. Giant Sun, why do we have to do this? We are both persecuted by Celestial Court. Celestial Court has the strongest foundation and Central Continent is the strongest force, this is obvious. Moreover, not long ago, Celestial Court announced that we are both demon venerables. We should work together to resist Celestial Court. Look at this, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable is openly going to Northern Plains to refine the wisdom path Dao marks there, she is clearly looking down on you. Fang Yuan persuaded, suggesting, why don't we make a transaction, I will pay you the immortal GU, you can go to Central Continent to refine the luck path Dao marks there. Giant Sun Immortal laughed heartily, replying, it seems that Fang Yuan also made a transaction with Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. But now that the 5 regions are united and the regional walls are gone, not only can I refine Eastern Sea's luck path Dao marks, I can also implicate Central Continent. If you want me to let Eastern Sea go, That will depend on how many immortal Gu Fang Yuan is willing to pay. While Fang Yuan was bargaining with Giant Sun Immortal, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable contacted him again. Fang Yuan, you have seen my sincerity. Now, it is your turn. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable directly asked for Immortal Gu. Fang Yuan was silent for a while before sending Permanence Gu into jewel yellow skies. Speaking of which, this Permanence Gu originally belonged to Celestial Court. It was the loot that Fang Yuan obtained after destroying Celestial Court's Immortal Gu house, Eternal Yacht, in the River of Time. After Star Constellation Immortal Venerable received Permanence Gu and inspected it, she heard Fang Yuan's new suggestion: if Star Constellation Immortal Venerable attacks Longevity Heaven or any of the Huang Jin tribes, he will pay more Immortal Gu. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable smiled: if I do that, I won't just have these 3 Immortal Gu. Her attitude was similar to Giant Sun Immortal. Fang Yuan snorted coldly in his mind. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was a Wisdom Path Immortal Venerable after all. In this situation, she was the one with the most benefits. Fang Yuan's suggestion was only to stall for time and gain time to refine the Immortal Gu. As long as he could refine rank 9 Heavenly Essence Treasure Imperial Lotus, it would be worth it even if he had to pay a bigger price. But now, the problem in front of Fang Yuan was that he did not have enough Immortal Essence. It seems that I need to speed up the Sovereign Immortal Aperture first. Fang Yuan's gaze was like an eagle's. It was extremely sharp. Heaven Form's body shuddered as he looked at it. Fang Yuan did not want to speed up the Sovereign Immortal Aperture's time flow, but he had no other choice now. Not to mention that he had paid a huge price to obtain this opportunity. What worried Fang Yuan the most was that this was a rare opportunity. There might not be another opportunity like this once he missed this one. In the future, there might not be another chance. Now that the opportunity was here, he had to grab it. Inside the Sovereign Immortal Aperture, Fang Yuan's Time Path clone He Chun Chiu immediately took action, using Time Path killer moves. Killer moves were activated one after another. The violent water of the River of Time was drawn in and poured into the Year Essence Pool. Next, it was transported to the other Year Essence Pools. In the Time Path zones controlled by the Year Essence Pools, time accelerated rapidly. It was clearly faster than the surroundings. And this difference was getting bigger and clearer. After Fang Yuan became venerable, the Sovereign Immortal Aperture's time flow did not differ much from the 5 regions, but now, this difference became clear. There was a huge hidden danger in doing this. The primal chaos disaster that was supposed to happen in 100 years could be shortened to 80 or 70 years now. Once Fang Yuan's primal chaos disaster arrived, it would be the best time for the other venerables to attack him. He would be trapped both internally and externally. Fang Yuan had a resolute expression. He had made a choice in this aspect. As for whether this choice was worth it or not, it would depend on the future. The Sovereign Immortal Aperture's time flow increased by a huge margin. The Yellow Apricot Immortal Essence storage efficiency also rose steadily. In terms of Immortal Aperture management, it also benefited greatly. The 3 venerables fell into a deadlock. Days passed. The 5 regions' GU Immortals focused their attention on the 3 venerables. Their motives and future plans were frequently discussed. He Chun Chiu had used too many time path methods to speed up his Immortal Aperture. He was temporarily resting. Wu Shui led a group of GU Immortals to construct the first water vein. Fang Yuan found it increasingly difficult to stabilize Heaven Form. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable asked Fang Yuan for a second Immortal GU. Star Thought GU, Star Eyes GU. Fang Yuan hesitated before choosing Star Thought GU for Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. Immortal Killer Move obscured Heavenly Secret. On this day, Fang Yuan finally activated his killer move. He started the refinement of rank 9 Heavenly Essence Treasure Imperial Lotus. This time, obscured Heavenly Secret killer move had been modified by Fang Yuan. He added in many Heaven Path Immortal GU. Not only was its power greater, he could even control the range of obscured Heavenly Secret to a certain extent. Fang Yuan was not stingy. He directly used 60% of the Heaven Path Immortal materials. Almost at the same time as obscured Heavenly Secret was activated, The refinement of heavenly essence treasure imperial lotus in the sovereign immortal aperture also started. Inside 4 elements square regret blood refinement pool, Wu Shui, He Chun Chiu, and nearly 10 hairy man Gu immortals had a clear division of labor. They were waiting in formation. Such a terrifying formation was only used as a support. Fang Yuan's main body's divine sense was lingering around as he personally refined Gu. Rumble, jade light burst out like a surging river. The fragrance spread everywhere, it made people feel refreshed. This was just the first step, but a small elephant-sized rank 9 wood path immortal material was expended instantly. Every rank 9 immortal Gu was extraordinary. Heavenly essence treasure imperial lotus was Genesis lotus immortal Venerable's vital Gu. It was also a huge help to Fang Yuan. This was a huge variable. Thus, Fang Yuan soon felt his luck fluctuating intensely. Chapter 2261. With a thought in Fang Yuan's mind, the rank 8 immortal Gu house cooking luck pot activated. Fang Yuan diverted some of his attention to look above his head. He turned his rank 9 refinement path luck into a furnace. The furnace seemed to be made of clay, there were many cracks on the surface, it gave off a feeling of rough construction. At the bottom of the furnace, there was a small pile of firewood, it was burning with all its might. This meant that Fang Yuan had already used all of his immortal essence reserve. And in the furnace, there were 2 lumps of cloud mist that were entangled. One was an immortal crane cloud mist that was white in color with black specks, it was very similar to heaven form. This cloud mist was on the verge of collapsing, but every time it did, the furnace would emit heat and forcefully gather the mist again. The other cloud mist was slightly smaller, it was like a green lotus. The green lotus cloud mist was the exact opposite of the immortal crane cloud mist. The latter was on the verge of collapsing, while the former was too dense. Most of the furnace's heat was used to cook this green lotus cloud mist, it was like roasting a rock. The green lotus cloud mist was mostly condensed, only a small portion had melted, it continued to spread and seeped into the cracks of the furnace, sinking to the bottom of the furnace as if it was going to take root. This furnace is rough and full of cracks, it means that my foundation is not stable, the sovereign immortal aperture still has hidden dangers, it has not gone through a chaotic disaster, there is a lot of room for improvement. The immortal crane cloud mist is heaven form, the green lotus cloud mist represents my refinement of heavenly essence treasure imperial lotus. Where are the luck of the other venerables? Fang Yuan tried to check, but he could not see any luck outside the furnace. When he was rank 8, his luck was like a silver pillar of light, the luck of the 3 venerables turned into 3 lumps of clouds. But now that he was a refinement path venerable, he could not see the luck of the 3 venerables anymore. Fang Yuan knew the reason. Other than the 2 venerables' defensive and investigative methods, the main reason was that cooking luck pot's level was too low. It was only rank 8, it was already quite good that it could observe Fang Yuan's rank 9 luck. Of course, there were definitely some details that were not shown. It would be too difficult for the cooking luck pot to find out that the other 2 were entangled with Fang Yuan's providence. However, even if I can detect the entanglement of providence, I probably wouldn't dare to use it as evidence, Fang Yuan thought. Before the battle in the crazed demon cave, Fang Yuan had checked his luck several times. Now that he thought about it, the luck manifestation of star constellation immortal venerable and spectral soul demon venerable was not wrong. The main reason was that back then, star constellation immortal venerable had 3 separate existences, spectral soul demon venerable was not in a normal state, they also did not cultivate luck path. As for the giant sun immortal's golden cloud fate, it was clearly wrong. Giant sun immortal had used blood path methods to revive, such an important point was not shown in his luck. At the same time, his combat system had an extremely terrifying after effect, which he did not reveal. The golden cloud providence representing the giant sun immortal was at a disadvantage most of the time. Giant sun immortal definitely used a luck path method to disguise his own luck and mislead Fang Yuan. He was giant sun immortal, he had once cultivated luck path and was very familiar with cooking luck pot, it was not unthinkable for him to do this. Fang Yuan was planning to use obscured heavenly secret to deceive the other 2 venerables. In fact, Giant Sun Immortal had already done this before the battle in Crazed Demon Cave. Inside the Sovereign Immortal Aperture. 4 elements square regret blood refinement pool. Grey flames were burning intensely, they were as large as a hill. Wood path immortal materials were thrown in one by one, they melted like candles. And at the bottom of the flames, there was a piece of 10,000-year profound ice. Rank 8 Immortal GU Heavenly Essence Treasure Imperial Lotus was sealed inside the profound ice. The defending GU Immortals had nervous expressions, but now that they had been refining GU for more than 10 days, their expressions were filled with excitement and joy. All the immortal materials have melted. At this rate, the refinement will succeed in another 10 days or so. What an amazing GU refinement method! On the surface, it seems to be fire refinement and ice refinement, but in truth, it is a perfect fusion of human isolation style and hairy man nature style GU refinement profundity. There are still many crucial parts that are filled with mysteries. Even if we participated in the process and witnessed it personally, we cannot understand the reason behind it. Master is truly a refinement path. Venerable, the difference between us and Master is like the distance between heaven and earth. But right at this time, Fang Yuan's expression sank. Oh no, the GU refinement is about to fail. An intense refinement path intuition instantly filled his heart. Fang Yuan did not doubt this judgment, he instantly knew the truth. There was a problem with the processing of the wood path immortal materials. These wood path immortal materials seemed to be fine, but in fact, every step had tiny flaws. These flaws accumulated until they reached a certain scale, destroying the entire refinement. There was no need to continue like this. Fang Yuan decisively gave the order to stop this GU refinement. What? Why did you stop it? Everything was perfect. Idiot, since Master made a decision, it must be correct. Our strength is too small, how can we understand? We just need to listen to orders and act. In 4 elements square regret blood refinement pool, the dozen or so GU immortals were flustered, they started to gradually stop the GU refinement. After spending close to a day and a night, under the full effort of Fang Yuan and the rest, the first refinement stopped on its own. The large amount of rank 9 immortal materials that were invested earlier were all wasted. The dozen or so GU immortals all had some light injuries, for element square regret blood refinement pool was also damaged. What made Fang Yuan's heart ache the most was the expenditure of yellow apricot immortal essence. And as the main person in charge of the immortal GU refinement, his injuries were the heaviest. Immortal killer move refined self. Fang Yuan activated the killer move, refining many of the mixed wood path and refinement path Dao marks while rejoicing inwardly. Thankfully, I became a venerable and gained such a degree of refinement path intuition, I can even take the initiative in the process of refining rank 9 immortal GU. Initiative and passivity were 2 completely different concepts. Like this time, Fang Yuan had a premonition of failure and immediately stopped. By stopping, the losses he suffered were much smaller, and most importantly, he was prepared for it, his injuries were at the lowest point. Rank 9 immortal GU refinement was no small matter. If he did not have a premonition and suddenly failed, more than half of the dozen or so GU immortals would die on the spot. For elements square regret blood refinement pool would likely be destroyed, or if they were lucky, a portion of them might survive. Fang Yuan's injuries would be even more severe. He would definitely be heavily injured on the spot. But now that he stopped, the loss of resources, GU immortals, and immortal GU houses were greatly restrained. The rank 8 heavenly essence treasure Imperial Lotus was also preserved very well, without a trace of damage. Of course, this was also related to the refinement method that Fang Yuan had meticulously designed. In this refinement method, he had intentionally isolated the rank 8 heavenly essence treasure Imperial Lotus using the ice refinement method, only waiting for the final few steps to fuse it. If I can get some success Dao marks from infallible blessed land, that would be great. Or if my wood path attainment level rises, my ability to sense and process wood path immortal materials would rise greatly. It would also be of great help to me now, Fang Yuan thought to himself. Fang Yuan had not been able to find out about infallible blessed land's success Dao marks until now. He was now a refinement path venerable. In theory, he was the #1 refinement path expert in the world, His refinement path Supreme Grandmaster attainment level allowed him to grasp all refinement path methods in the world. But infallible blessed land originated from the inheritance of hairy men. Even now, the celestial court had not been able to obtain this blessed land. They were very wary. Infallible Tao marks were too helpful to GU refinement. According to Fang Yuan's deductions, they contained refinement path profundities as well as extraordinary human path profundities. This could be deduced from the legends of Ren Zhu. Precisely because of the human path profundities, Fang Yuan could not duplicate success Tao marks at the moment. He rested for now. As Fang Yuan healed his injuries, he stabilized heaven form while using investigative methods to observe the two Venerables' movements. Giant Sun Immortal was in ICC area, while Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was deep in Northern Plains. They were both refining natural Tao marks. This is the best situation. For this, Fang Yuan was willing to pay more Immortal GU. This was a necessary trade-off. But the two Venerables cannot refine the natural Tao marks of the two regions. I do not have much time left. Fang Yuan had a clear idea. It was simple. Eastern Sea and Northern Plains were huge. They had a lot of natural Tao marks. Even the two Venerables could not refine them in a short period of time. This was easy to understand. He just had to check the historical records and see how long the Venerables took to roam the world. The two Venerables are not limited by time. There is also immortal essence. These two do not have enough immortal essence. They will not be able to refine all the natural Tao marks. They will stop prematurely. After all, they still need to preserve some immortal essence in case of battles and accidents. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan could not help but grit his teeth. The failure of this GU refinement was very disadvantageous to him. Because he did not fail at the early stage, but at the middle or late stage, he would have to start all over again. And the time left for Fang Yuan was very little. Fang Yuan estimated that he would only have one chance. No, one chance is too few. Experience has proven that even though I am a rank 9 refinement path Venerable, the success rate of refining rank 9 Immortal GU is far lower than rank 8. It seems that I need to give it a try. Fang Yuan immediately ordered as he Chun Chiu, who was inside the Sovereign Immortal Aperture, started to move again. Time Path Killer moves were activated one after another. The Sovereign Immortal Aperture's time flow increased again, but Fang Yuan had to pay an even greater price for this. Because the time path methods he used earlier were too short, the effect was almost negligible. To forcefully increase the Immortal Aperture's time flow, Fang Yuan used other time path killer moves. He Chun Chiu's time path Tao marks were almost all expended. It could be said that Fang Yuan's time path clone was crippled. But in the current situation where Spring-Autumn Cicada could not be used, it was not a big deal that the time path clone was crippled. After reorganizing everything, Fang Yuan started to refine Heavenly Essence Treasure Imperial Lotus again as if he was racing against time. Chapter 2262. Inside the Sovereign Immortal Aperture. Quick, replace me, I can't hold on for much longer. Let me. Huff huff, we finally survived another wave. Inside 4 Elements Square Regret Blood Refinement Pool, the assisting GU Immortals were breathing heavily. After the first failure, Fang Yuan had failed twice in a row. He did not lack rank 9 Wood Path Immortal materials, but time was running out. This made Fang Yuan use a more radical method. He modified the GU refinement steps. The rank 8 Heavenly Essence Treasure Imperial Lotus still had to be protected, but the previous steps had become simpler. Because of this, the Immortal Essence expenditure became more intense, and each step became more complicated. The assisting GU Immortals needed to use all their strength. Evidently, these GU Immortals had reached their limits. Fang Yuan's main body frowned deeply. Several days passed, the two Venerables did not make a move, but the situation was getting worse for him. Not only was there no improvement in the rank 9 Heavenly Essence Treasure Imperial Lotus refinement, the repair of heaven form had also become more difficult. The fusion of black and white heavens of the immemorial era had already reached its most intense moment. The sky above the 5 regions was completely black and white, and it was constantly changing. In some areas, it was day and night at times. The mortals, birds, and beasts were all terrified. they felt like the apocalypse was coming. The path of the vast sun had changed. Everything that stood in its way, be it the dark clouds or the army of soul beasts, was crushed to smithereens. Heaven Form Crane cried out continuously. Fang Yuan used refinement path methods repeatedly, but could only alleviate its injuries. Heaven Form Crane's injuries were accumulating. But Fang Yuan had also reached his limits. He could not modify Heaven Form any further. After all, he was secretly in charge of the rank 9 immortal GU refinement. The most important thing is still time. Giant Sun Immortal and Star Constellation Immortal Venerable are probably about to stop. Fang Yuan had already given the third Star Eyes Immortal GU to Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, stabilizing her for some time. Furthermore, Fang Yuan had been negotiating with Star Constellation Immortal Venerable and Giant Sun Immortal. He was trying to stall for time with the proposal of trading Immortal GU. During this period, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable and Giant Sun Immortal also used investigative methods to investigate Fang Yuan's situation. Fortunately, Obscured Heavenly Secret had good effects. It concealed the situation for Fang Yuan. Right now, Fang Yuan had expended a lot of his immortal elemental energy. His reserves were extremely low, and his combat power had dropped drastically. If the truth were to be exposed, it would definitely attract the joint attack of the two Venerables. Hinterland of Northern Plains. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable looked at the black and white sky as bright light flashed in her eyes. It's about time. This is the most crucial moment of the fusion of the two heavenly veins, as well as the most intense moment. If Fang Yuan really survives it, Heaven Form might be preserved. But how is this possible? Star Constellation Immortal Venerable smiled lightly. She suddenly moved, turning into a flash of starlight and vanishing. She flew all the way and soon returned to the crazed demon cave. With great familiarity, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable entered the 9th layer void. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable was trapped here. He saw Star Constellation Immortal Venerable and roared furiously, attacking her. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was prepared. She blocked Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's attack while activating a method to create a tunnel. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable flew into the tunnel while Spectral Soul Demon Venerable chased after her. They arrived at the outside world of Northern Plains. What? Almost at the same time, Fang Yuan and Giant Sun Immortal sensed something. Does Star Constellation Immortal Venerable want to release Spectral Soul Demon Venerable and use him to slaughter Northern Plains living beings? Giant Sun Immortal frowned. He had already considered this possibility. But this was not Celestial Court style. Sure enough, Giant Sun Immortal guessed correctly. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable retreated while fighting. She lured Spectral Soul Demon Venerable all the way to the two heavens. He, Fang Yuan is in trouble. Giant Sun Immortal heaved a sigh of relief. He started to gloat. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, what are you doing? Fang Yuan immediately used Jewel Yellow Skies to interrogate her. He said in an angry tone, I just gave you 3 immortal GU. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable smiled. Precisely so, let me tell you a secret that no one knows about. Back then, Spectral Soul Demon Venerable did not want to create Soul Path, he wanted to create Killing Path. He was a destined person, he naturally had great luck and countless fortuitous encounters. Once, when he explored immemorial Black Heaven, do you know what he encountered? Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's tone was subtle. Fang Yuan heard this and his expression sank. A thought appeared in his mind. This was not hard to guess. Firstly, Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's condition had always been abnormal. He had lost his humanity. During the battle in Crazed Demon Cave, he even took the initiative to fill the hole in the fetal wall. Secondly, look at Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's current actions. She spent so much effort to lure Spectral Soul Demon Venerable to the immemorial two heavens, it was clear that she wanted to harm Fang Yuan. But how could she harm Fang Yuan? Even though Heaven Form could only stay in immemorial White Heaven and was on the verge of collapsing, it could still move around freely. Thus, in theory, Fang Yuan only needed to avoid fighting and use Heaven Form to move around to avoid Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. By then, Spectral Soul Demon Venerable would lose his rationality. he would only target star constellation Immortal Venerable. After all, spectral soul demon Venerable felt the greatest threat from star constellation Immortal Venerable. But now, since star constellation Immortal Venerable did this, she definitely had a method to make spectral soul demon Venerable deal with Fang Yuan. Combined with Fang Yuan's current situation, there was a very likely answer. Fang Yuan snorted coldly. Star constellation Immortal Venerable revealed the truth as expected. It seems that Fang Yuan has already guessed it. Back then, before spectral soul became a demon Venerable, he had already grasped food path methods. Once, when he was exploring immemorial Black Heaven, he unexpectedly encountered an immemorial Black Heaven's heavenly spirit. Spectral soul was very eager to create his own killing path. He saw a huge opportunity to create his own killing path from this heavenly spirit. Thus, he used food path methods to devour this immemorial Black Heaven heavenly spirit, fusing it with himself. Immemorial Black Heaven's heavenly spirit. Back then, since thieving heaven demon Venerable could encounter the natural heavenly spirit of White Heaven, why did he not encounter immemorial Black Heaven? It turned out that the Black Heaven heavenly spirit was devoured by spectral soul demon Venerable. Fang Yuan, I will accept these 3 immortal GU. I need to return to Northern Plains and refine wisdom path Dao marks. I will leave spectral soul demon Venerable to you. After saying this, star constellation Immortal Venerable turned around. Spectral soul demon Venerable saw that she was leaving, but he showed a hesitant expression. He stared at star constellation Immortal Venerable's departing figure, but then turned to look at Fang Yuan's direction, as if there was something there that attracted him. Fang Yuan's expression was grim. Spectral soul demon Venerable was still above Northern Plains, but he sensed Eastern Sea's heaven form killer move. Evidently, after devouring Black Heaven's heavenly spirit, even if he did not comprehend killing path, he grasped many profundities and created soul path. Spectral soul demon Venerable was trapped in the 9th layer's void and could not sense it. He might not be able to sense it in the 5 regions, but in the immemorial 2 heavens, he could sense it clearly. Black Heaven's heavenly spirit and White Heaven's heavenly spirit are respectively responsible for immemorial Black Heaven and White Heaven. They are like blessed lands and grotto heavens. They hold the authority of the 2 heavens. Precisely because of this, heaven form, which uses White Heaven's heavenly spirit as the core, can sense the many grotto heavens in immemorial White Heaven. It can also help me infiltrate the celestial court. Now that the immemorial 2 heavens have fused, the Black Heaven and White Heaven spirits are also showing signs of fusing. No matter which side devours the other, their strength will soar. They will become the new core of the fused immemorial 2 heavens. All sorts of karma flashed in Fang Yuan's mind. On the other side, spectral soul demon Venerable had already made his decision. He seemed to be following his instincts as he charged towards Fang Yuan. His body was huge. He was no longer a human body. But he had true rank 9 cultivation level. He was extremely fast, especially when flying in Black Heaven. It was like teleportation. Fang Yuan sighed, seeing that spectral soul demon Venerable was getting closer. He used heaven form and flew towards it resolutely. Sun. The sun was an existence of immemorial White Heaven. It counted Black Heaven's existence the most. After devouring Black Heaven's heavenly spirit, spectral soul demon Venerable would undoubtedly be suppressed. Fang Yuan did not move around. Firstly, heaven form was not stable. It would crumble easily if it was too fast. Secondly, facing the sun was a suitable environment for heaven form. Thirdly, if Fang Yuan moved to another place and fought with spectral soul demon Venerable, the other 2 Venerables might find out and attack here. Fang Yuan's main goal was still to refine heavenly essence treasure Imperial Lotus. He wanted to stall for time and control the refinement process. Raw. Spectral soul demon Venerable started to chase after Fang Yuan. Countless black smoke, thousands of them shot towards Fang Yuan like chains. Fang Yuan snorted coldly. He barely managed to divert his attention and destroy the black smoke chains. He increased his speed, getting closer to the sun. As the 2 got closer, the intense light and fire made Fang Yuan unable to open his eyes. If not for his defensive methods, he would have been turned into a human torch long ago. Spectral soul demon Venerable chased relentlessly. He opened his mouth and spat out a vast soul river. Countless soul spears flew out and even triggered layers of explosions. He used all sorts of methods to obstruct Fang Yuan, but halfway through, he was suppressed by the sun's radiance. When it reached Fang Yuan, it was quickly destroyed by Fang Yuan. Heaven form wailed continuously, its voice became even more shrill. The closer it got to the sun, the more the surrounding light path and fire path Dao marks, heaven form could not endure it anymore. I can't get any closer, otherwise, I won't be able to maintain heaven form. Fang Yuan gritted his teeth, he could only follow the direction of the sun, maintaining a certain distance from it. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable finally arrived, fighting against Fang Yuan head-on. Fang Yuan retreated as he fought. He had to defend heaven form while dealing with Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. He also had to refine rank 9 Immortal GU. The thoughts in his mind were decreasing rapidly, his immortal essence reserves were running low. The situation was dire. This could not go on. If they fought for real, he would be exposed, obscured heavenly secret would not be able to conceal it. A ruthless light flashed in Fang Yuan's eyes. He was clear that the two venerables were staring at him intensely. Heaven form, I can only sacrifice you. At the next moment, Fang Yuan activated obscured heavenly secret. But this time, the heaven path immortal material he expended was the core of heaven form immemorial white heaven's heavenly spirit. Heaven form wailed as it looked at its master in fear. Next, in a few breaths of time, it dissipated completely. A vast number of temporary heaven path Dao marks were added to Fang Yuan's body like a mountain. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable was furious. Fang Yuan destroyed heaven form in front of him, leaving nothing behind. At the next moment, a soul path killer move burst out. The attack was like a black tide that swept the sky. Fang Yuan snorted coldly. He turned around and flew towards the sun. Chapter 2263. Immortal Killer Move 7 Killings Rainbow. Fang Yuan pushed with his hand as a rainbow light shot out of his palm. Rumble. With a loud sound, the rainbow light expanded by dozens of times. It swept around like a heavenly pillar, clearing away the soul fog smoke. With a gap, Fang Yuan's speed rose as he successfully broke out of the soul fog smoke. At once, the blazing sun filled Fang Yuan's vision. The terrifying light and heat caused the soul fog smoke behind Fang Yuan to dissipate. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable roared in anger. He tore apart the thin soul fog smoke as he chased after it again. Still following me? A cold light flashed in Fang Yuan's eyes. At the crucial moment, he sacrificed the white heavenly spirit. Without the burden of heaven form, he felt like he had gotten rid of a huge invisible mountain. Earlier, he could not get close to the sun because of heaven form. But now, Fang Yuan had no more worries. He got close to the sun again. The terrifying white light almost blinded Fang Yuan's eyes. The temperature rose rapidly. Even with 3 layers of defense, Fang Yuan found it hard to breathe. His body was covered in sweat. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable behind him activated a killer move again. Hundreds of arms resembled huge trees. The black smoke that surged out of his body quickly filled the surrounding several li. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable continued to close the distance between him and Fang Yuan with the rolling black smoke. You still want to use a battlefield killer move to restrain me? A look of surprise flashed in Fang Yuan's eyes. He immediately made a move and easily destroyed the black smoke. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable suffered a backlash. His aura fell greatly. Most of Fang Yuan's attention was still on the sovereign immortal aperture. He had not forgotten about the matter of refining heavenly essence treasure Imperial Lotus. Honestly speaking, the current Spectral Soul Demon Venerable gave Fang Yuan very little pressure. His mind was not clear. This was Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's greatest weakness. Just like how he had followed his instincts and wanted to trap Fang Yuan with his battlefield killer move, it was too stupid. Fang Yuan easily broke through it and he suffered a huge backlash instead. Earlier in Crazed Demon Cave, Fang Yuan, Giant Sun Immortal, Paradise Earth, and the rest were trapped in the door of life and death. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable had incredible battle strength. But now, without the soul path environment of the door of life and death, the threat of Spectral Soul Demon Venerable fell by several levels. Most importantly, Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's condition is not good now. He must have paid a huge price to fix that hole in Crazed Demon Cave. It seems that the hole in the wall has already been repaired by spectral soul demon Venerable. Fang Yuan knew that if a hole appeared in the world of Jiyu cultivation, the heavenly Tao would use all sorts of methods to heal itself. However, because the primal chaos outside the world was constantly attacking, self-healing was extremely difficult. The larger the hole in the wall, the greater the difficulty. Back then, the loophole that thieving heaven demon Venerable created required the combined power of several Venerables to restrain. Limitless demon Venerable's hole at the center of the crazed demon formation was the smallest. The crazed demon formation continuously resisted the primal chaos and strictly controlled the size of the hole. Crazed Demon Cave was able to survive until now. After the battle in Crazed Demon Cave, Spectral Soul Demon Venerable took the initiative to fix this hole. He used his foundation to resist the primal chaos attacks, giving the heavenly Tao enough time to heal him. It was not strange that the hole was fixed. If the hole still existed, according to the Celestial Court standpoint, star constellation Immortal Venerable would not have lured Spectral Soul Demon Venerable out. In fact, if the hole still existed, Spectral Soul Demon Venerable would not have come out. According to Fang Yuan's deductions, he would have suppressed the hole with all his strength. It is a pity that ghostly concealment is ineffective, otherwise, I would have been able to escape from Spectral Soul Demon Venerable easily. Fang Yuan had inherited one of Thieving Heaven's true inheritances, ghostly concealment, but this information was known to the Venerables long ago. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, and even Giant Sun Immortal had ways to deal with it. Ghostly concealment was created during Thieving Heaven's era. It has been 300,000 years since then. It is already outdated in the Venerable's eyes. Fang Yuan wanted to modify it, but unfortunately, his theft path and soul path attainment levels were not high enough. But even without ghostly concealment, Fang Yuan could still escape from Spectral Soul Demon Venerable easily. At the next moment, he activated the battlefield killer move that he had been preparing for a long time. The killer move was activated. It enveloped Fang Yuan's entire body and quickly condensed into a point, storing it in the void. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable charged over and bombarded the area, but there was nothing he could do. He could only move back and forth on the spot while screaming in anger. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Inside the battlefield killer move, Fang Yuan's eyes shined with bright light. He started to refine Heavenly Essence Treasure Imperial Lotus with all his strength. This was probably his last chance. Inside 4 Elements Square Regret Blood Refinement Pool, flames surged as the glacier started to melt. Rank 9 immortal materials were thrown into the fire like cabbages. A golden red liquid droplet flowed out of the fire's heart. It was as thick as lava. The crimson lava droplet was covered in a layer of faint golden light. It slowly fell down and landed on Heavenly Essence Treasure Imperial Lotus. Under Fang Yuan's full strength, the crimson lava droplet started to slowly seep into the surface of Heavenly Essence Treasure Imperial Lotus, gradually dispersing. The assisting GU Immortals did not dare to breathe too loudly. Because they knew that these were the final few steps, the most crucial moment. If they failed here, the rank 8 Heavenly Essence Treasure Imperial Lotus would either be heavily injured or destroyed. Fang Yuan had disappeared. Almost at the same time that Fang Yuan entered the battlefield killer move, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable and Giant Sun Immortal used their strongest investigative methods. Under the protection of obscured heavenly secret, they only discovered that Fang Yuan had entered the battlefield killer move. They did not discover the truth behind the refinement. He used this move after all. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was not surprised. If Spectral Soul Demon Venerable had a clear mind, Fang Yuan would not do such a foolish thing. But with Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's current state, it was wise for Fang Yuan to use this method to avoid it. He wants to use the sun to weaken Spectral Soul? Giant Sun Immortal guessed. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable stayed at the place where Fang Yuan had disappeared, but the sun was still moving forward. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable smiled lightly. She immediately contacted Giant Sun Immortal and suggested an alliance. Giant Sun Immortal could not help but feel moved. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable did not suggest attacking Fang Yuan. She targeted Spectral Soul Demon Venerable instead. Spectral soul demon Venerable's mind was not clear. He had left the environment of the door of life and death. Even though he had Venerable cultivation level, he was the weakest. This was the best time to eliminate him. If spectral soul demon Venerable regained his consciousness in the future, the 5 regions and 2 heavens would have another chess piece. This was something the 3 Venerables did not want to see. Star constellation Immortal Venerable not only contacted Giant Sun Immortal, she also communicated with Fang Yuan. This old woman, she is truly scheming. Not only did she obtain Immortal GU from me, she even refined Northern Plains Wisdom Path Dao marks, destroying my Heaven Form killer move. She even wants to deal with Spectral Soul Demon Venerable now. Once a Wisdom Path GU Immortal's methods were used, they were interconnected, it was hard for others to resist them. Star constellation Immortal Venerable was the strongest Wisdom Path GU Immortal in history. Her methods and schemes made Fang Yuan and Giant Sun wary. However, Star constellation Immortal Venerable's suggestion was very tempting. In Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's current state, he had strength but low intelligence. He was the best prey. Normally, I would be moved. But now, refining Heavenly Essence Treasure Imperial Lotus is my priority. Fang Yuan thought of this and agreed to Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's suggestion. If Fang Yuan did not make a move, it would be very suspicious. On one hand, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable and Giant Sun Immortal would think that Fang Yuan's immortal essence was low, the 2 Venerables might attack together. On the other hand, Fang Yuan was hiding at the side, the other 2 Venerables could not attack Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. They still had to guard against Fang Yuan taking advantage of the situation. At this time, inside the Sovereign Immortal Aperture, the 6th drop of lava had already seeped into Heavenly Essence Treasure Imperial Lotus. Fang Yuan agreed to Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's suggestion while contacting Giant Sun Immortal. Giant Sun, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable might have a deeper scheme. Don't forget, she had once controlled Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. It is very likely that she will use our strength to weaken Spectral Soul Demon Venerable before controlling him again. Giant Sun Immortal quickly replied, Celestial Court is still very powerful, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's schemes are also unfathomable. But we still have to try to get rid of Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. If he recovers his consciousness in the future, it will be disadvantageous to us. Giant Sun Immortal also agreed to Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's suggestion. Because this was beneficial to him as well. He had ample immortal essence now. If he fought, his immortal essence would be expended rapidly. This would stabilize his situation and even increase his advantage in this aspect. Giant Sun Immortal and Star Constellation Immortal Venerable charged into the 2 heavens, fighting against Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. After a few rounds, under the constant urging of the 2 Venerables, Fang Yuan had no choice but to cancel his battlefield killer move and reveal his main body, joining in the fight. There was no other way. If he did not go out, Giant Sun Immortal and Star Constellation Immortal Venerable would work together to break his battlefield killer move and force him out. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's mind was not clear. He could not do anything to Fang Yuan's battlefield killer move, but the other 2 Venerables were different. Starlight shined brightly, golden light surged like a tide, Fang Yuan's totem killer move followed closely behind. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable was attacked from all sides. He was in a pathetic state, most of his hundreds of arms were broken. He retaliated fiercely, he spat out a vast soul river, countless black soul lightning bolts exploded continuously. His main target was still Fang Yuan. If he annexes White Heavenly Spirit, his intelligence will rise greatly. Is that why he hates me so much? Fang Yuan gritted his teeth, but he did not dodge. Because the Sovereign Immortal Aperture had reached the final step. The 99th drop of lava landed on Heavenly Essence Treasure Imperial Lotus, slowly seeping into it. Rumble. Fang Yuan's vision turned pitch black. He was surrounded by the wails and cries of aggrieved souls. Several layers of defensive killer moves shined with all sorts of radiance. Blood flowed out of Fang Yuan's 7 orifices. His soul was shaken intensely. What happened? Did I make a mistake? The 2 Venerables retreated to the side. According to the situation earlier, Fang Yuan should have had some time to retreat. Giant Sun Immortal and Star Constellation Immortal Venerable looked at each other. They did not make a move. They would not save Fang Yuan, of course, but with conflicting Dao marks, if they attacked Fang Yuan, they would have to weaken the Soul Path attack first. Fang Yuan used Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's attack to gain some time. Boom! 4 elements square regret blood refinement pool erupted with a dazzling light. Heavenly Essence Treasure Imperial Lotus was successfully refined at this moment. Its rank 9 aura spread out like a tsunami, filling heaven and earth. Chapter 2264. Rank 3 Heavenly Essence Treasure Lotus GU. Rank 4 Heavenly Essence Treasure Monarch Lotus. Rank 5 Heavenly Essence Treasure Monarch Lotus. Above rank 5. Heavenly Essence Treasure Imperial Lotus. The Heavenly Essence Treasure Imperial Lotus Immortal GU obtained from Langya sect was finally raised to rank 9 by Fang Yuan. This rank 9 Immortal GU was a dark green lotus leaf. It had an enamel-like surface, smooth and glossy. At the center of this lotus leaf, there was a lotus bud. The lotus petals were pure white like jade, without any flaws. They were pure and fresh, without any worldly aura. Once the rank 9 Heavenly Essence Treasure Imperial Lotus was refined, it activated on its own. The surrounding primeval energy was absorbed by it, turning into transparent dew droplets. These transparent dew droplets moved along the dark green enamel lotus leaf, accumulating and falling into the white jade flower bud at the center. The white jade flower bud silently absorbed these dew droplets, and at the tip of the flower bud, a hint of pink appeared. Fang Yuan had personally refined this immortal GU. He was very clear. The white jade flower bud would absorb more and more dew droplets, before the flower bud's color would turn from white to pink, and from pink to bright red. When the petals turned completely red, they would bloom and reveal the jade lotus seed pod inside. There were 81 lotus seeds in the jade lotus seed pod. Each lotus seed was yellow. They were all yellow apricot immortal essence. After the yellow apricot immortal essence was plucked, the blooming lotus would close up again. The bright red would fade and turn back into white jade petals. Next, it would absorb the transparent dew droplets, continuing the process of blooming and shrinking. Rank 9 Heavenly Essence Treasure Imperial Lotus, Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable's Vital GU, ranked 6th on the Immortal GU ranking. A series of related information flashed past Fang Yuan's mind, all proving the value of this Immortal GU. But the truth was, Fang Yuan knew that Heavenly Essence Treasure Imperial Lotus being ranked 6th was still an underestimation. Why was that? Before Fate GU was destroyed, Venerables were invincible. They ruled an era. The two Venerables did not exist in the same world. Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable had the rank 9 Heavenly Essence Treasure Imperial Lotus. He had the most abundant immortal essence among the Venerables in history. However, this advantage was not fully reflected in his life. Because in his era, he was the only Venerable, he had no use for rank 9 immortal essence. Not having an opponent was the loneliness and regret of the strong, but it was different now. Fate GU was destroyed, the three Venerables were in the same world. There might be other Venerables who could revive. Heavenly Essence Treasure Royal Lotus, in my hands, you will blossom with even more dazzling brilliance. Fang Yuan was delighted. With the results, the risk was worth it. Even if he had to pay a terrifying price for it. After so many GU refinement failures, 30% of the rank 9 wood path immortal materials in Fang Yuan's storage were used up. The current crisis has not been completely resolved. Fang Yuan immediately calmed down. Around him, there was a dark soul river that surged endlessly. Break! Fang Yuan shouted, activating his killer move and breaking out of the encirclement like a meteor. Without refining his mind, he had a lot of energy left. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable attacked again. Fang Yuan quickly retreated. Fang Yuan, let's work together and attack him. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable reminded. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's gaze was also fixed on Fang Yuan. He used luck path methods to investigate, as if he wanted to verify how much immortal essence Fang Yuan had. Fang Yuan snorted coldly. His expression was ashen as he said in exasperation, "Are you bullying me because I am young? We agreed to work together, but I fell into a soul path attack. Not only did you two not help me, You even let Spectral Soul Demon Venerable go and watch the show? This is your cooperation. Saying so, he activated a compound killer move that burst out with yellow-brown light, blocking Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's attack. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was silent for a while before smiling. Fang Yuan, you are mistaken. Even though we are working together, our Tao marks conflict, it will not be good if we fight casually. The moment she said that, she waved her hand, a large amount of stardust landed on Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's body, breaking several of his giant arms. Giant Sun Immortal also made a move. Golden light flashed like sand as he continued to whittle away at Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's luck. Fang Yuan relaxed slightly, he sighed to himself. This obscured heavenly secret killer move was really effective. The situation earlier was very dangerous. As long as the two Venerables noticed something amiss with Fang Yuan, the two Venerables would immediately attack him. But at this time, Fang Yuan's immortal essence reserves were very low, it was very dangerous. If the two Venerables attacked, Fang Yuan could only avoid them. Even though Fang Yuan did not have the white heavenly spirit, it was worth it in this aspect. Looking at all of Fang Yuan's methods, only this killer move, which expended the white heavenly spirit, could conceal it from the two Venerables at such a close distance. But Fang Yuan did not know how long he could conceal it. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable shouted as he activated Burning Soul Bursting Luck, blocking Giant Sun Immortal's golden sand. But Spectral Soul Demon Venerable still attacked Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan destroyed the white heavenly spirit. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's hatred for him was too deep. Fang Yuan snorted coldly, he did not attack forcefully, he flew towards Star Constellation Immortal Venerable with Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. The three Venerables attacked Spectral Soul Demon Venerable, they each occupied a position far away from each other. But now, Fang Yuan and Spectral Soul Demon Venerable were very fast, it was not difficult for them to get close. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable snorted coldly in her mind, at the next moment, starlight gushed out of her mouth like a wave. The starlight wave moved around Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's body as meteors of all sizes flew out of the wave. In an instant, countless meteors flew around the battlefield, it was a dazzling sight. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable actually had such a move, she could produce so many stardust in such a short period of time. Fang Yuan's heart shook. These stardust particles did not pose much threat to him. This was because he only needed to lightly rub it, and he would be able to refine the star mark, breaking the most exquisite and most torturous foundation of stardust attacks. But Spectral Soul Demon Venerable could not do so. He was in a daze, he was continuously hit by the stardust particles, his body started to get damaged, he roared in anger as injuries accumulated all over his body. Good chance. Fang Yuan turned around and fought again, he unleashed a killer move. This was a refinement path method. The killer move let out a dazzling light that enveloped most of Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. Wherever the light shone, the soul beast's body started to melt. But Star Constellation Immortal Venerable frowned deeply, she shouted, Fang Yuan, what are you doing? It turned out that even though Fang Yuan injured Spectral Soul Demon Venerable, this refinement path killer move was also effective against star path Tao marks. The star marks that Star Constellation Immortal Venerable accumulated after much effort were mostly destroyed by Fang Yuan. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable benefited from this disaster, he relaxed immediately. My mistake, my mistake. Fang Yuan laughed heartily. After a few rounds, Giant Sun Immortal also frowned, his tone was filled with anger. Fang Yuan, what are you trying to do? Fang Yuan had an innocent expression. Friends, I am working hard to hunt Spectral Soul Demon Venerable together with you. It is just that our Tao marks are conflicting, we lack coordination and teamwork, we will recover after a while. Giant Sun Immortal and Star Constellation Immortal Venerable snorted coldly. Fang Yuan was clearly doing this on purpose, he was like a troublemaker, he interfered with Star Constellation Immortal Venerable and Giant Sun Immortal's attacks. After a few more rounds, Giant Sun Immortal was furious. Fang Yuan, that's enough. Those immemorial soul beasts that you released were completely countered by Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. Now, they are easily eaten, his injuries have recovered by 30%. Fang Yuan rubbed his nose. I did not know that spectral soul demon Venerable had such a method. Saying so, he released several more immemorial soul beasts. Star constellation Immortal Venerable's eyes shined with starlight as she stared at Fang Yuan. Her voice was cold as ice. You are still releasing them? Fang Yuan smiled plainly. Star constellation, don't be angry. I have used a method on these immemorial soul beasts. This is my scheme. Please watch carefully. Not long after, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable and Giant Sun Immortal saw that spectral soul demon Venerable's injuries were recovering at a faster rate. His weakened mental energy was also recovering. Before the two Venerables could question him, Fang Yuan rubbed his nose. It seems that my attempt failed. Giant Sun Immortal was silent. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was about to speak when Fang Yuan snorted coldly. Both of you, block him for a while. I am going to prepare a ruthless method. Saying so, he flew into the sky, looking down at the battlefield. The two Venerables looked at each other, blocking spectral soul demon Venerable at the same time. Fang Yuan prepared for a while. A fiery cloud formed above his head. Lava meteors fell down from the fiery cloud. These meteors were as large as mountains. They had long trails of smoke behind them as they crashed towards spectral soul demon Venerable. Spectral soul demon Venerable followed his instincts. He raised his head and roared, but he saw that the meteors flew across the sky. None of them hit him. There were hundreds or thousands of lava meteors. They flew across the battlefield and fell rapidly. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's expression turned cold. Her gaze was like lightning as Star Constellation chessboard appeared above her head. A large number of chess pieces flew out of Star Constellation chessboard and struck these lava meteors, destroying them. Fang Yuan was confused. Star Constellation, what are you doing? These lava meteors are of great use to me. I still have a trump card. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable gritted her teeth. If I did not stop them, these lava meteors would have pierced the heavenly wind chi wall and landed in Central Continent. Fang Yuan smiled coldly. Star Constellation, if you want to kill a Venerable, are you not willing to pay such a small price? If we were in the sky above Eastern Sea, I would not care about this. With your sincerity, do you think you can kill spectral soul demon Venerable? Star Constellation Immortal Venerable stared at Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan, don't go overboard. Among the three of us, who has the least sincerity? Fang Yuan's expression was cold. Star Constellation, am I someone who has no sincerity? In order to encircle and kill spectral soul demon Venerable, I gave you several star path immortal GU before losing heaven form. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable and Giant Sun Immortal were speechless. This was because Fang Yuan's scheming was not good enough. He was targeted and did not have enough strength to protect his rank 9 killer move. Now, from your tone, you want to make up for your losses from us? Impossible. Giant Sun Immortal spoke. Fang Yuan, this spectral soul demon Venerable is targeting you. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable and I are helping you by dealing with spectral soul demon Venerable. Fang Yuan laughed heartily. Why would I need your help? He is just a mere spectral soul. I can deal with him easily. You can go back to Celestial Court or Longevity Heaven and watch as I fight with this spectral soul demon Venerable in Central Continent and Northern Plains, killing him in the end. It's just a spectre, what's there to fear? Chapter 2265. Fang Yuan said as he let out more immemorial soul beasts. Spectral soul demon Venerable moved extremely quickly. He grabbed these immemorial soul beasts and devoured them. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's eyelids twitched. Giant Sun Immortal's expression also turned dark. Fang Yuan had emphasized the words Central Continent and Northern Plains earlier. He was clearly using these two regions to threaten them. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable suggested killing spectral soul demon Venerable. Regardless of her true motive, this was a good suggestion. But Fang Yuan attacked repeatedly. It was clear that he wanted to disturb the two Venerables. He wanted to extort some things from them to make up for his huge losses. The two Venerables snickered to themselves. They understood Fang Yuan's thoughts. If they were in Fang Yuan's shoes, they would do the same. After all, Fang Yuan was a newly advanced Venerable. He did not have the foundation of the two Venerables' previous life. He did not have enough immortal essence. He was far behind the two Venerables. If he fought against spectral soul demon Venerable, he would face the greatest risk. Even if spectral soul demon Venerable was killed, in terms of looting, Fang Yuan would not be able to compete with the two Venerables because of his low immortal essence reserves. In fact, if spectral soul demon Venerable was killed and Fang Yuan showed signs of running out of immortal essence, the two Venerables would immediately attack him. In this situation, it was very disadvantageous for Fang Yuan. But for the two Venerables, star constellation Immortal Venerable transmitted secretly, Giant Sun, Heaven Refining Demon Venerable expended a lot of immortal essence to guard Heaven form, he is at his weakest now. You should know that he is a bigger threat than Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. How about? Before Star Constellation Immortal Venerable finished her words, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable continued, "Why don't you attack first? I will attack later." Star Constellation Immortal Venerable snorted coldly, "Giant Sun, your words are too insincere. Whoever attacked Fang Yuan first would be attacked by Fang Yuan." Giant Sun Immortal made it sound nice, but if Star Constellation Immortal Venerable made a move, would Giant Sun Immortal still take action? He could not wait for Star Constellation Immortal Venerable and Heaven Refining Demon Venerable to exhaust each other. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable wanted to work with Giant Sun Immortal to deal with Fang Yuan. To be honest, she was even more afraid of Fang Yuan. Giant Sun Immortal also wanted to kill Fang Yuan. Everyone knew that Fang Yuan's current immortal elemental energy reserves were the lowest. But how low was it exactly? This was something both Venerables wanted to figure out. According to the current investigation results, Fang Yuan still had some immortal essence reserves. No matter which side it was, if they wanted to deal with Fang Yuan, they would have to pay a huge price. Such a price was absolutely unacceptable under the circumstances of the confrontation between the three Venerable Ones. The two Venerables working together was actually the best choice. But Giant Sun Immortal and Star Constellation Immortal Venerable did not trust each other. It could be said that they did not trust each other at all. These two Venerables were also worried that if Fang Yuan was forced into a corner, he would attack Central Continent and Northern Plains. Normally speaking, GU Immortals would not attack mortals or GU Masters. This was a very tasteless thing to do. Especially Venerables, they were even more prideful in this aspect, they would not attack casually. But according to Fang Yuan's bottom line and principles, he will definitely do this. The two Venerables had an unprecedented unified view on this. Giant Sun Immortal was known as a protective immortal Venerable. How could he bear to see Fang Yuan slaughter his descendants? Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was the second-generation immortal king of the Celestial Court. How could she watch as the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent was destroyed by Fang Yuan? She would be a sinner of the Celestial Court. Thus, the two Venerables were hesitant. Sigh, it seems that Fang Yuan cannot be dealt with, and Spectral Soul Demon Venerable cannot be killed either. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable sighed deeply in her heart. In that case, why waste time here? Star Constellation Immortal Venerable had the intention to retreat, so did Giant Sun Immortal. Giant Sun Immortal still had some resentment towards Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. He transmitted secretly, "Star Constellation, if you really want to use Spectral Soul Demon Venerable to attack Fang Yuan, you should stall for time and make him expend more immortal essence to stabilize Heaven form." Star Constellation Immortal Venerable snorted coldly, "The fusion of the two heavens is intense and short. This is the most intense moment, it is also the most difficult time to maintain Heaven form. Fang Yuan is a refinement path Venerable. With his strength, he can defend Heaven form while resisting Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. To think that he is so decisive, he actually sacrificed the white heavenly spirit and this rank 9 killer move without hesitation." Star Constellation Immortal Venerable showed a regretful expression. She did not know the truth. Fang Yuan had already used his full strength back then. Secretly refining a rank 9 immortal GU took up too much of his attention. Thus, he quickly gave up on Heaven form. Giant Sun Immortal also sighed, "Star Constellation, do you still not understand? Even though Fang Yuan is a demonic path cultivator, he has always pursued stability. He seems to be taking risks, but he is actually very vigilant in his bones. He made many seemingly radical choices, But the main reason is because he is using spring-autumn cicada to revive, he has a high chance of success. Star constellation Immortal Venerable snorted coldly. She stopped communicating with Giant Sun Immortal, instead saying, "In that case, let's forget about this battle. We will meet again in the future." Saying so, she turned around and left without hesitation. Giant Sun Immortal smiled at Fang Yuan. They moved at almost the same time, leaving the battlefield. Fang Yuan purposely moved a step later. He was stunned for a moment before also retreating, but Spectral Soul Demon Venerable chased after him. Fang Yuan transmitted to the two Venerables, "You two left just like that. How can you still have the face to talk about sincerity? Spectral Soul Demon Venerable is out of his mind. Are we just going to let him wreak havoc in the world and slaughter all living beings? You two are so ruthless and vicious. How can you be worthy of the title of Immortal Venerable?" Star constellation Immortal Venerable and Giant Sun Immortal heard this. They recalled the scenes of Fang Yuan making mistakes and healing Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's injuries. Star constellation Immortal Venerable was silent. She did not reply. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable smiled. "Fang Yuan, we underestimated you during the battle in Crazed Demon Cave and allowed you to succeed. But now, you need to deal with this properly. There is no need to say such words in the future. How can a competition between Venerables be affected by words like this? If you say more, you will only show your cowardice and incompetence." "Good, good, good." Fang Yuan gritted his teeth, saying the word "good" 3 times before falling silent. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable had deep hatred towards Fang Yuan. Even though the two Venerables had retreated, he still chased after Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan fought with him for a while before using the same tactic, using a battlefield killer move to conceal his traces. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable lost his target, Fang Yuan. He could only roam around on the spot, roaring in anger and not leaving. "Good, while Fang Yuan is trapped, it is time for me to refine Celestial Court's wisdom path Dao marks." Star constellation Immortal Venerable returned to Celestial Court. Seeing this, she was very satisfied. Giant Sun Immortal was still on the way back to Northern Plains. He thought, in this battle between the 3 Venerables, Fang Yuan suffered the greatest loss. Not only did he lose rank 9 heaven form, he also lost several immortal GU. His immortal essence was also expended. If not for his craftiness and saving Spectral Soul Demon Venerable, he would have been in a worse state. Star constellation Immortal Venerable, Giant Sun Immortal's eyes shined with bright light. Star constellation Immortal Venerable had refined many of Northern Plains wisdom path Dao marks. The scale surpassed the luck path Dao marks that Giant Sun Immortal refined in Central Continent. Because Giant Sun Immortal's main target this time was Fang Yuan's Eastern Sea, even though he refined some of Central Continent's luck path Dao marks, the total amount was only half of what Star constellation Immortal Venerable refined. But Giant Sun Immortal was still not assured. After returning to Longevity Heaven, he used his luck path investigative method again. After a buzzing sound, Giant Sun Immortal first checked Star constellation Immortal Venerable's luck. It had increased slightly. He then looked at Fang Yuan's luck. It was still that broken cauldron from before. Giant Sun Immortal looked at his own luck. He frowned slightly. "Even though my luck has increased, the threat of the outside world has increased by a lot. What is going on? Which side is this threat coming from? There were very few existences that could threaten Venerables. Fang Yuan? That is unlikely." Giant Sun Immortal shook his head. "The other Venerables? Like Reckless Savage Demon Venerable and the others reviving? The most likely one is still the Celestial Court." Star constellation Immortal Venerable obtained a lot of benefits this time. At the same time, the other 2 Immortal Venerables of the Celestial Court have not revived yet. It seems that the biggest enemy is still the Celestial Court. In comparison, even though Fang Yuan is a Venerable, his foundation is too weak. In this contest of Venerables, if we fall behind one step, we will always fall behind. In the future, we just have to maintain this advantage and guard against any methods that he uses to overtake us. Right now, among the Venerable battle strength, Spectral Soul Demon Venerable had the lowest threat. Giant Sun Immortal could be said to be the strongest, especially in Longevity Heaven. Using his previous life's Dao marks, he could inspect the situation of the other two Venerables. Even star constellation Immortal Venerable could not compare to him. But in the outside world, without the amplification of longevity heaven's luck path Tao marks, even if Giant Sun Immortal used the same investigative method, it would not have such a great effect. Maybe I can try to attack the celestial court? Giant Sun Immortal suddenly had this thought. Once star constellation Immortal Venerable refined the wisdom path Tao marks of the celestial court, she would receive a much greater amplification than Giant Sun Immortal. Because star constellation Immortal Venerable had not only fused her own immortal aperture into the celestial court, all the wisdom path GU immortals of the past had also contributed their immortal apertures into it, becoming a part of the celestial court. But Giant Sun Immortal shook his head and got rid of this thought. Firstly, Giant Sun Immortal did not have heaven form, the luck path method that he used to enter the celestial court had already lost its effect, he could not enter the celestial court to wreak havoc. Secondly, now that he was fighting with star constellation Immortal Venerable in the celestial court, he would expend too much immortal essence, it would give Fang Yuan a chance to catch up. The three Venerables are in a standoff, I cannot make a move easily. I can only wait for a situation like this to benefit. Giant Sun Immortal sighed, he did not stay in longevity heaven for long, he returned to Northern Plains and started to refine Northern Plains luck path Tao marks. Fang Yuan was still trapped in the battlefield killer move, Spectral Soul Demon Venerable had not left yet. Fang Yuan was not anxious. I will show weakness for a while longer, I need to reassure the two Venerables. I have to say, this obscured heavenly secret killer move is really useful. This was not the first time Fang Yuan sighed. Right now, the temporary heaven path Tao marks bestowed by obscured heavenly secret were still very dense, they were like layers of fishing nets that surrounded Fang Yuan's body. Inside the sovereign immortal aperture, heavenly essence treasure Imperial Lotus bloomed for the first time, Fang Yuan's yellow apricot immortal essence increased by 99 bead. Fang Yuan's eyes flashed with bright light, his yellow apricot immortal essence was rapidly expended, he quickly activated a heaven path method. With this heaven path killer move, the truthful floating ice that he obtained from Crazed Demon Cave started to melt. P.S. I gained over 4,000 votes last month, I would like to thank everyone for their support, these two updates will decrease in the next few days, it will definitely happen before the 7th. If accident GU comes to visit, I will feed the responsibility GU to it. Chapter 2266. Inside the Sovereign Immortal Aperture. The blue and white truthful floating ice was shrinking inch by inch. In the battle in Crazed Demon Cave, Fang Yuan obtained several truthful floating ice pieces, one of them was huge. Yellow apricot immortal essence beads were expended rapidly. At the same time, his heaven path Tao marks were increasing rapidly. Fang Yuan had more than 240,000 heaven path Tao marks to begin with. After clearing the truthful floating ice for 6 hours, his heaven path Tao marks increased by 60,000. On average, it was increasing by 20,000 every 2 hours. This was a considerable increase. But this was not the only gain. Fang Yuan's rule path, wisdom path, transformation path, strength path, earth path, wood path, and other paths were rising slowly. These paths correspond to Limitless Demon Venerable, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, Reckless Savage Demon Venerable, Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable, and Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable. These Venerables have all been to the 8th layer of Crazed Demon Cave and invested in it. No, it is not just this. After clearing the truthful floating ice for 16 hours, Fang Yuan found that the attainment levels of other paths were rising. It was just that the increase in other paths was small and almost undetectable. Only after a long period of time and accumulation to a certain extent would it become slightly more obvious. And among all the paths, the most obvious increase was still in Heaven Path attainment level. Fang Yuan's foundation in Heaven Path was actually very weak. He had only been in contact with it for a short time, he did not cultivate for long either. The reason why he had any progress was because of the foundation of his predecessors. For example, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable created Heaven's Worker Substitution Killer Move, and Limitless Demon Venerable created Unrestrained Heavenly Mark Killer Move. But after several days in the sovereign immortal aperture, his heaven path Dao marks increased to more than 1,200,000. His heavenly Dao realm advanced rapidly from the ordinary level, breaking through to the master level. Fang Yuan stopped for the moment. He had expended more than 100 beads of yellow apricot immortal essence. If not for heavenly essence treasure Imperial Lotus blooming again, Fang Yuan would not have been able to hold on. I need to conserve some immortal essence in case of a fight between venerables. Fang Yuan pondered. Heaven Path Master attainment level gave him a comprehensive increase. GU recipes and killer moves related to Heaven Path, as well as his understanding of Heaven Path, he gained a new and deeper understanding. The most important thing was the conflicting Dao marks. His intuition was not wrong. After he became a Heaven Path Master, he would be able to create a Dao mark rejection method and resolve the sovereign immortal aperture's predicament. The reason why the sovereign immortal aperture's abnormalities were occurring frequently was because the sovereign immortal body's Dao marks did not conflict with each other. It was too easy for them to fuse together. Once there was conflict, the sovereign immortal aperture would be at peace and the people would be at peace. Fang Yuan immediately used wisdom path methods to deduce the relevant killer moves. Another few days passed. Fang Yuan stopped the battlefield killer move and quickly left the immemorial two heavens. Spectral soul demon Venerable stayed there for a long time before giving up. Now, he was rampaging through the immemorial two heavens, sometimes devouring the soul beast army, sometimes contending with the sun. Fang Yuan did not have heaven form. Spectral soul demon Venerable was far away, he could not sense it. Fang Yuan successfully returned to Donghai. After landing in the heart of Eastern Sea, he immediately started to refine the refinement path Dao marks in Eastern Sea's natural world. At once, profound light burst out, rank 9 aura swept the surroundings like a tornado, all living beings fled in fear. Song Clan's GU immortals were the first to be alarmed. They saw this and understood. Great Love Immortal Venerable was refining nature refinement path. Song Clan's first Supreme Elder quickly gathered the GU immortals to discuss. He wanted to meet Fang Yuan and give him a huge gift. After all, Fang Yuan was currently in Song Clan's territory. But not long after, they received Wu Shuai's message. The Heaven and Earth Great Love Alliance's members are forbidden from harassing Great Love Immortal Venerable. Song Clan let out a sigh of relief but also felt dejected. Fang Yuan refined the nature Dao marks while continuing to deduce Heaven Path killer moves. Not long after, he obtained results. Fang Yuan, however, was not very satisfied. This deduced Heaven Path killer move was similar to all of Paradise Earth's Heavenly Summary and Earthly Ordinary killer moves. Heavenly Summary and Earthly Ordinary killer moves could arrange Heaven Path Dao marks and restore the target to their normal state. It was the bane of battlefield killer moves. Fang Yuan's deduction took another step forward in terms of Heavenly Summary and Earthly Ordinary. After activating it in the Sovereign Immortal Aperture, the environment of the Immortal Aperture would change towards the 5 regions and 2 heavens. The natural Dao marks of the 5 regions and 2 heavens naturally conflicted with each other. Thus, after the transformation, all sorts of Dao marks in Fang Yuan's Sovereign Immortal Aperture would also conflict with each other. After activating this killer move hundreds or thousands of times, my Sovereign Immortal Aperture will become like the 5 regions and 2 heavens. There will be no abnormalities. But this way, I will lose the advantage of non-conflicting Dao marks. The loss will be even greater. I will not be able to cultivate all paths. Fang Yuan could not accept this. Comparing the Sovereign Immortal Aperture's advantage and abnormalities, the former was more important. Can't I just let different Dao marks reject each other according to my will? Or like the Time Path region, I can make Dao marks reject each other? Fang Yuan sighed internally. He had no idea what to think about in this regard. Maybe when his Heaven Path attainment reached Great Grandmaster, or even higher, would he be able to make a breakthrough in this aspect? Fang Yuan did not have the corresponding intuition this time. He could not say for sure. Speaking of which, Sovereign Immortal Fetus GU is a human path rank 9 immortal GU. To deal with the current problem, maybe I should start from the human path aspect. A flash of inspiration appeared in Fang Yuan's mind. He had a new direction. He found a way to resolve the problem from the Heaven Path aspect, But the price he had to pay was not something Fang Yuan could accept. Maybe human path could work? Back then, Spectral Soul sacrificed his 10 extreme physiques to refine sovereign immortal fetus GU. Speaking of human path research results, Fang Yuan thought of his clone that was trapped in Divine Emperor City. After Shen Shong broke out of Divine Emperor City, he only brought back news of his clone. The clone was still hiding in Divine Emperor City. Shen Shong is definitely one of the current human path experts. If I want to obtain human path research results from him, what price should I pay? Celestial Court. Oh. Fang Yuan has left for 2 days. He has returned to Eastern Sea and is refining natural Dao marks. Star constellation Immortal Venerable soon learned of Fang Yuan's movements. Even though he has the least immortal essence, he became venerable through refinement path. Refining Dao marks is his specialty. Star constellation Immortal Venerable was very concerned about Fang Yuan's efficiency in refining Dao marks. If Fang Yuan was too fast and efficient, she would have to mobilize Giant Sun Immortal to deal with Fang Yuan together. Otherwise, if Fang Yuan overtook them in this aspect, it would be very disadvantageous to Star Constellation Immortal Venerable and Giant Sun Immortal. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable did not want to care about Spectral Soul Demon Venerable for now. The confrontation between the 3 Venerables had reached a new level. The Venerable who refined more natural Dao marks would have a greater advantage. During the process of refining Dao marks, I can multitask and modify killer moves and combat systems. This will allow me to gain an advantage in the following Venerables: Star Eyes GU, Star Thought GU, Permanence GU. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable stared at these 3 immortal GU in her immortal aperture with a solemn gaze. Ever since she obtained them from Fang Yuan, she had already inspected them over 100 times without finding any problems. But Star Constellation Immortal Venerable still had some doubts. After all, she was not a refinement path Venerable. Even though she had achievements and attainment in refinement path, she could not compare to Fang Yuan. This was like comparing Fang Yuan's wisdom path to Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. They were not on the same level. In the previous life, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable had spent close to 100 years to refine rank 9 wisdom GU. Not finding any problems does not mean that Fang Yuan did not tamper with it. But the possibility is very low. I still need to use these 3 immortal GU. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable decided to take a risk. She cultivated Wisdom Path primarily and Star Path secondarily. Her combat system was a fusion of these 2 paths. But currently, the Stardust Killer move that was an offensive method had already been broken by Fang Yuan. If Star Constellation Immortal Venerable wanted to gain an advantage in the upcoming confrontation, she would need to modify it greatly. In this modified plan, Star Eyes GU, Star Thought GU, and Permanence GU would all play a crucial role. Otherwise, why would Star Constellation Immortal Venerable make such a request to Fang Yuan? Longevity Heaven. Giant Sun Immortal retracted his gaze from Eastern Sea. Next, I need to pay close attention to Fang Yuan's refinement path progress. Giant Sun Immortal instructed himself while inspecting his immortal essence storage. He only had over 500 beads of yellow apricot immortal essence left. Refining natural Dao marks had expended a lot of yellow apricot immortal essence. Longevity Heaven could not produce immortal essence. Giant Sun Immortal relied on his rank 9 immortal aperture. But this speed was not much slower than Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. Excluding Longevity Heaven and Celestial Court, the 2 Venerable rebirths were actually on the same level as Fang Yuan. They had not passed the first chaotic disaster. Fang Yuan's Sovereign Immortal Aperture's foundation is extremely deep, far surpassing mine and star constellations. Thus, after a period of time, he will produce even more yellow apricot immortal essence. Also, he has a large number of Blood Path Immortal GU. Thinking of this, Giant Sun Immortal's expression turned dark. He cultivated Luck Path primarily and Blood Path secondarily. He naturally needed a large number of Blood Path Immortal GU. But Fang Yuan actually refined many Blood Path Immortal GU. Even though most of them were rank 6, they were unique Immortal GU. This completely destroyed many of Giant Sun Immortal's beautiful plans. Earlier, when Fang Yuan guarded Heaven Form and negotiated with Giant Sun Immortal, he used these Blood Path Immortal GU as bargaining chips to bargain with Giant Sun Immortal. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable extorted 3 Immortal GU from Fang Yuan, but Giant Sun Immortal did not get a single one. This caused Giant Sun Immortal Venerable to take it to heart. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable knows that Fang Yuan has the sovereign immortal aperture. As long as his refinement efficiency is higher, I will contact Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. It is unlikely that she will refuse to cooperate. By then, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable and I will work together to fight against Fang Yuan. While expending his immortal essence, we can also extort him. We need to obtain a few Blood Path Immortal GU. Giant Sun Immortal planned all sorts of plans. He did not know that Fang Yuan already had rank 9 Heavenly Essence Treasure Imperial Lotus, so he was more wary of Celestial Court. But currently, he did not have a chance to make a move against Celestial Court and Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. Fang Yuan's action of snatching Blood Path Immortal GU also greatly hindered his Blood Path. Literature Library. Chapter 2267. 2 days mixed together, the sea surface was bright and dark at times. Sun and moon shined together, all beings were in chaos, the 3 venerables coexisted. This was an unprecedented chaotic situation. Tides rose and fell, sea winds blew. Fang Yuan was sitting in the clouds. He slowly opened his eyes at this moment. He had been refining Eastern Sea's refinement path Dao marks for some time. Regarding this, he had some experience. At this moment, the refinement path Dao marks he refined covered most of Songclan's territory. He touched Poetic Emotion Sea area at the northwest and Ascending Heaven Plain at the southeast. All the refinement path Dao marks in this area belonged to Fang Yuan. At this moment, Fang Yuan did not need to close his eyes. He could sense many things related to refinement path. He had a clear understanding of the number and distribution of refinement path Dao marks in this area. He could vaguely sense the locations of all sorts of refinement path GU materials deep in the sea, as well as the fish, prawns, and aquatic plants that contained refinement path Dao marks. At this moment, Fang Yuan had many thoughts in his mind. He needed to verify them. He willed and stopped refining Dao marks, activating an investigative killer move. At the next moment, his gaze pierced through the sea. Thousands of li below the sea, he saw a huge fish. This fish was as large as a 5-story building. Its body was small at the front and large at the middle. It was like a giant shuttle. Its scales were black and gray in color. They were not smooth, they were rough to the touch, like sand. This was a sunken fish. It contained rule path and refinement path Dao marks. The sunken fish was at least an ancient desolate beast, or even an immemorial desolate beast. Fang Yuan saw an immemorial desolate beast level sunken fish. The sunken fish had a special habit. It would swim to the surface of the water to breathe in fresh air every few years, thus it often drifted with the waves. And because of its weight, it continued to sink in the sea as it drifted with the waves. Whenever it started to swim to the surface with its own strength, the sunken fish's scales would fall off during this process. When the sunken fish breathed in fresh air, new scales would grow on its body. It would become motionless again, drifting with the waves as it continued to sink. These scales looked heavy, but were actually very light. Most of them would float on the water surface, and after a long time, the sunken fish's scales would wash to the beach and be picked up by GU masters, treating them as treasures. Blackfish scales were crucial GU materials to refine beauty GU and others. They had high value. In this respect, it is the same as the feathers of a wild goose. But to refine beauty immortal GU, I need to use immortal materials like the scales of a sunken fish and feathers of a fallen goose. When Fang Yuan saw this sunken fish, his lips curled into a smile. This was exactly the same as what he had sensed earlier. If I refine Chenyu's refinement path Dao marks, what will happen? The refinement path Dao marks that Fang Yuan refined were natural Dao marks in the world, and did not include the Dao marks of living beings like Chenyu. Fang Yuan immediately did it. He chose a refinement path killer move and modified it slightly, allowing him to forcefully refine this sunken fish from far away. The forceful refinement had just started when the lazy sunken fish seemed to have been electrocuted. It swung its tail and flew far away. It burst out with a speed that did not match its body size. Because of its huge body, it created a huge current in the sea. "Where are you going?" Fang Yuan snorted coldly, immediately using another method. Chunyu could not move at all. Its refinement path Dao marks were forcefully refined by Fang Yuan. After the refinement, Fang Yuan's senses towards Chunyu became several times clearer. Fang Yuan released the restraints, Chunyu regained its freedom, but its mood was very low. It was mixed with fear, anger, numbness, and bitterness. As if it had encountered the greatest setback in its life, it could not face the rest of its life. "What's going on?" As Fang Yuan observed, he found that this sunken fish had started a hunger strike. Chunyu's food was not seaweed or fishes, it was sea mud. Every few years, its scales would degenerate into ordinary GU materials, or when most of its scales disappeared and it could no longer be protected. It would sink to the bottom of the sea and devour large amounts of sea mud. This immemorial sunken fish that was tortured by Fang Yuan had lost most of its scales. Normally, it should have sunk to the bottom of the sea and devoured the sea mud. Did it lose its desire to live because of my violence? Fang Yuan shook his head, using wisdom path methods. After some deductions, he understood. The sunken fish swallowed the sea mud to fill their stomachs and to produce new fish scales. And the source of its scales was the refinement path Dao marks on its body. Because of these refinement path Dao marks, it could digest the sea mud and absorb nutrients from it, turning it into thick immortal material scales. But now, its refinement path Dao marks were all refined by Fang Yuan. It lost this ability. Even though its scales were gone, it did not devour the sea mud. To verify his deduction, Fang Yuan used a food path killer move on this immemorial sunken fish. This immemorial sunken fish soon became hungry. This time, it started to devour the sea mud of its own accord. However, good times did not last long. The sea mud in its stomach quickly accumulated. It could not be digested quickly. If not for Fang Yuan stopping the food path killer move in time, the immemorial sunken fish would have died from eating too much sea mud and indigestion. Fang Yuan used a few simple methods to cripple an immemorial desolate beast. What if I return these Dao marks to it? Fang Yuan started to deduce again. Soon, he had a refinement path killer move as well as a wisdom path killer move. Fang Yuan first used a wisdom path killer move to strengthen the Chunyu's will and guide it. Next, Fang Yuan used a refinement path method to teach the Chunyu how to refine the refinement path Dao marks on its body. Not long after, the Chunyu regained its refinement path Dao marks. It regained its vigor. As if its gloomy life was lit up again, its gloomy mood was swept away. The sea mud in its body was quickly digested and turned into immortal material scales. Fang Yuan nodded. This result perfectly proved his guess. Next, he refined the refinement path Dao marks on the immemorial sunken fish. Immemorial sunken fish, it showed numbness, fear, anger, bewilderment, and other complex and intense emotions. Fang Yuan used brute force to chase it far away. At the bottom of the sea, there were even fewer refinement path Dao marks. They were all refined by Fang Yuan. Thus, as Fang Yuan expected, his senses towards this immemorial sunken fish weakened greatly. And when Fang Yuan placed this immemorial sunken fish in an environment with more refinement path Dao marks, his senses towards it became clearer and more stable than when he first discovered it. Fang Yuan waved his hand, a huge amount of seawater exploded. All the refinement path Dao marks within 1 li were destroyed by Fang Yuan. In Fang Yuan's refinement path senses, this place became a small black hole. Fang Yuan stuffed the immemorial sunken fish into the black hole. At the next moment, he could not sense the existence of the immemorial sunken fish at all. This proves that my refinement path senses extend along the refinement path Dao marks. It is like a spider web to a spider. Fang Yuan's refinement path senses were only limited to the refinement path Dao marks that he had refined. These days, it was as if he had built a spider web in the heart of the East Sea. Whether it was him leaving the spider web or his marked prey entering a hole in the spider web, he could not sense them. This discovery made Fang Yuan very satisfied. because Giant Sun Immortal had refined a portion of Eastern Sea's luck path Dao marks. But as long as Giant Sun Immortal did not come into contact with these luck path Dao marks personally, he would not be able to sense any luck path Dao marks, he would not be able to use them to do anything. Of course, I cannot exclude the possibility that Giant Sun Immortal has some immortal killer moves that can allow him to cross distances and come into contact with the refined luck path Dao marks in Eastern Sea. Fang Yuan reminded himself. After verifying many of his guesses, Fang Yuan gained a lot. He used the same trick again, returning all of the immemorial sunken fish's refinement path Dao marks to it. Next, he did not torture this fish, he allowed it to escape in fear. Fang Yuan fell into deep thought. Even though refinement path Dao marks are scattered across the 5 regions and 2 heavens, they are not evenly distributed, some places are denser while others are sparse. For me, the denser the refinement path Dao marks, the better. This way, after I refine these refinement path Dao marks, my refinement path senses will become stronger. If I fight and refine GU in this environment, my refinement path senses will be greatly amplified. What is this situation? Fang Yuan's expression changed, he suddenly sensed an intense refinement path fluctuation far away. Poetic emotion sea area. Fang Yuan immediately activated his investigative method, his gaze was sharp and penetrated everything, he found the source of the refinement path fluctuation at lightning speed. It was Song Yishe. Poetic emotion sea area was Song Yishe's territory. She had built a palace in a volcano at the bottom of the sea. Right now, she was in a secret cultivation room in the palace, her clothes were taken off, revealing her fair and alluring figure. She activated a water path killer move that emitted endless water vapor. The water vapor soaked her body from head to toe, and her beautiful face appeared even more hazy and alluring in the mist. Fang Yuan realized, so that's it. He immediately recognized that Song Yishe was cultivating a water path defensive killer move. Eastern Sea's Song clan specialized in water path, they had their signature water path inheritance called flowing water. This inheritance contained undecaying flowing water, merciless flowing water, falling flowers flowing water, and other defensive methods. They were used to defend against poison path, wisdom path, and wood path. There was also carriage-like flowing water used for movement, thin water flowing continuously reduced immortal essence expenditure, harmonious flowing goblets imitated food path effect, flowing clouds flowing water was a supplementary killer move. Song Yishe should be using undecaying flowing water now. This move is a passive defensive method, its essence is to carve water path Dao marks on the body. Once a poison path attack approaches, it will activate. In essence, this is also a GU refinement. But the target of this GU refinement is the GU Immortal's body. No wonder I sensed it. Fang Yuan realized, he inspected it carefully. His attainment level was high, he was a refinement path Supreme Grandmaster and water path Great Grandmaster. After looking at it for a while, he understood all of the profundities of undecaying flowing water. Fang Yuan's interest was piqued. This was a good chance, he had a new idea that needed to be verified. P.S. There will be an update at 8 p.m. tonight. Chapter 2268. Song Yishe cultivated for 6 hours, she finally stopped activating the killer move. She let out a breath of turbid air and opened her eyes. She saw that there was dense water vapor, it was indistinct, flowing from her arms to her calves, before stopping at her chest. Song Yishe observed the scale of the water vapor, she was overjoyed. At this rate, I only need to cultivate for half a month to complete the defensive killer move uncorroded flowing water. Strange, why is the effect so obvious this time? Am I imagining things? Song Yishe shook her head. She inspected her immortal essence. She did not have enough immortal essence, and there were even fewer immortal yuan stones. Celestial Court is the source of immortal yuan stones. Once it stopped distributing them, the entire market's immortal yuan stones shrank rapidly. And I have grandfather's secret support. If it were other GU immortals, their lives would be even worse. Song Yishe sighed. If she had enough immortal yuan stones, she would use immortal yuan stones to replenish her immortal essence and continue cultivating uncorroded flowing water. But now, she had to slow down and let her immortal aperture origin core produce immortal essence. After it reaches a certain level, she would cultivate it. After cultivating uncorroded flowing water, I will need to cultivate emotionless flowing water. My clan's flowing water inheritance is our signature. It is famous in Eastern Sea. It is exceptional even in the 5 regions. Passive defensive methods are rare. Normally speaking, GU immortals can only cultivate one. It is hard for them to cultivate multiple passive defensive methods. But my clan's flowing water inheritance is ingenious and unique. Because the core is the same, many passive defensive killer moves can be layered on top of each other. Song Yisha thought of this and felt a little proud. But soon, she extinguished this feeling. Sigh, I am still far from it. When I finish cultivating emotionless flowing water, I will undergo tribulation and advance to rank 7. The confrontation of 3 venerables, the fusion of 2 heavens, the 5 regions' chaotic war might erupt tomorrow. Song Yisha was originally a genius, doted on by her grandfather and supported by her clan. She did not need to worry about cultivation resources. She was also one of the 6 great beauties of Eastern Sea due to her beauty. But her carefree life was gone forever. The situation changed too quickly. Song Yisha's sense of security was completely gone. By now, all of Eastern Sea's righteous path superforces had sided with Fang Yuan. This was unimaginable in the past. The external pressure stimulated Song Yisha, causing this proud daughter of heaven to have a strong desire to cultivate. Especially a few days ago, Song Yisha's grandfather, Song Qi Yuan's letter, gave Song Yisha a different kind of stimulation. In the letter, Song Qi Yuan talked about a lot of things. At the end, he mentioned the Heaven and Earth Great Love Alliance's order to choose a group of Merman GU immortals from the Merman Imperial Court to enter the sovereign immortal aperture to cultivate. Even though Fang Yuan did not specify the ratio, the GU immortals of the Merfolk Immels of the immortals, they were the most beautiful and the female Immels. Furthermore, Fang Yuan did not have a partner. He had been facing huge external pressure since he started cultivating, but now that he was venerable and could fight against Heavenly Court and Longevity Heaven, the pressure on him was greatly reduced. Song Qi Yuan followed this topic and talked about the giant sun immortal. Back then, after the giant sun immortal became a venerable, he recruited beauties from all over the world and set up 5 harems. Then, he mentioned the other venerables. Each of the 10 venerable ones had a partner. It was just a matter of how many they had. Even the unmarried star constellation Immortal Venerable seemed to have once fallen in love with a certain variant human GU immortal. Song Qi Yuan vaguely suggested an idea. Of course, it was mostly to test his own granddaughter. If Great Love Immortal Venerable wants to choose a female companion, would Song Clan offer me to him? At first, Song Yisha was very angry. But after a few days, she calmed down and thought about it calmly. Grandpa wouldn't force me like that. He only mentioned the possibility. Everything depends on my will. However, if Great Love Immortal Venerable gives the order to gather beauties from all over the world like Giant Sun Immortal did in the past, how could I possibly escape? How can the Song family protect me? Song Yisha, who had always been proud like a swan, realized this and felt a sense of bitterness and helplessness. If that happens, I cannot implicate the clan that raised and nurtured me. Grandpa loves me so much and supports me. He even secretly gave me water where immortal GU. If not for this immortal GU, how could I modify my killer move and successfully cultivate the flowing water inheritance? And how can I repay him? Just because I am unwilling, I will bring disaster upon the Song family. How could I be so selfish? When Song Yisha thought of this, she couldn't help but feel a sense of guilt. She followed this train of thought and pondered further. If Great Love Immortal Venerable had such thoughts, I would definitely offer myself for the sake of the clan. Then why wait until then? Why not go one step further and take the initiative to fight for it? By sacrificing me, if this succeeds, my Song clan will definitely prosper. Sigh, let's not think about this anymore. Fang Yuan did not know that his simple order was twisted by his subordinates after it was executed. Fang Yuan did not know about Song Yisha's complex thoughts. He was currently thinking about his gains from earlier. While Song Yi-she was cultivating, Fang Yuan had secretly used the refinement path Dao marks in the surroundings of poetic emotion C area to amplify Song Yi-she's cultivation. Fang Yuan gave it a slight try. It was like blowing at it. Song Yi-she's cultivation progress rose by more than 10%. If I use my full strength, Song Yi-she's cultivation efficiency will rise by dozens of times. She is cultivating water path. Because it is a passive defensive method, it is related to refinement path. If it is a proper GU refinement method, my influence will be even deeper. This way, I can use refinement path to help others refine GU. At the same time, I can sabotage them secretly. At least, without my permission, no one will be able to refine an immortal GU in the refinement path Dao marks that I refined. This was quite terrifying. The fissomeness of a Venerable was evident in this aspect. Fang Yuan was overjoyed, but his heart was heavy. He had such influence in refinement path. Similarly, Giant Sun Immortal had the same influence in luck path, and Star Constellation Immortal Venerable had the same influence in wisdom path. If I refine all the refinement path Dao marks in the 5 regions and 2 heavens, and monitor them at all times, as long as a GU Immortal refines an immortal GU, I can sabotage them. Can I make it so that only I can refine GU freely in this world? Fang Yuan thought of this problem. But soon, he shook his head. If GU Immortals refined GU in their immortal apertures, Fang Yuan would not be able to influence them. Because the immortal aperture was a world of its own, it was isolated from the outside world. But if GU Immortals refined GU outside, Fang Yuan could sense it and influence them. Throwing Song Yi-she to the back of his mind, Fang Yuan placed his attention on a certain coral group at the bottom of the sea. This coral group was rich in refinement path GU materials. It was a natural refinement path resource point with high value. It had not been discovered yet. Fang Yuan pondered and researched it meticulously. He used a time path killer move to observe the process of this coral group's formation. Why did such a refinement path resource point form? Thousands of years ago, there was nothing here. However, a sunken fish had died here. The sunken fish's refinement path Dao marks and rule path Dao marks spread out, affecting the surrounding environment. Hundreds of years later, the sunken fish's corpse completely dissolved, the surrounding environment stabilized. Initially, all sorts of ordinary fishes and prawns came here in groups. Afterwards, medium and large-sized creatures migrated. The sea currents surged and washed away the seeds and corals. These slow changes happened after thousands of years, due to natural selection, fortuitous coincidences, and the evolution of time. The current situation was formed. Fang Yuan paid attention to the refinement path Dao marks of this coral group. Over the past thousands of years, the refinement path Dao marks here had been increasing and decreasing, fluctuating until it became like this. As long as I imitate the evolution of this refinement path Dao mark, with enough time, I can create such a refinement path resource point anywhere in the sovereign immortal aperture. Of course, there was a more convenient and common method. It was to directly set up a refinement path formation and expend refinement path immortal materials to create a coral resource point of the same material. But this method often required some immortal GU and immortal essence to set up the formation. But the Dao mark layout that was formed naturally to create this refinement path resource point did not expend immortal essence or immortal GU. In fact, Fang Yuan had been using the latter method to manage the sovereign immortal aperture. He set up large numbers of immortal formations to instantly create resource points. For example, the current earth vein nodes and water vein nodes were all distributed formations. These formations not only used immortal GU, they also used the resource point as the core to set up the formation. This was very fast and required very little time, but the price was very high. As for natural evolution, the price was low, no immortal GU was needed, immortal materials were accumulated bit by bit, but it required a lot of time. Regardless of which method, the two are essentially the same, they can be viewed as killer moves. Immortal formations were naturally killer moves, while the Dao mark layout that was formed naturally was a passive killer move. But this killer move was not used for defense, it was used to create an environment. Wait. Fang Yuan thought of divine concealment, ghostly concealment, and spaceless tunnel. Divine concealment and ghostly concealment formed a dense layer of Tao mark clothing on the soul. It was like silk, very tight. They did not expend immortal essence, they were passive defensive killer moves. And Spaceless Tunnel was created by thieving heaven demon Venerable. It was used everywhere in the 5 regions and 2 heavens to shorten travel time. This was an immortal killer move from 300,000 years ago. It was still effective now. But now that the 2 heavens were mixed together, it had probably been destroyed. In essence, these killer moves are no different from coral resource points. Fang Yuan thought of fortune rivaling heaven GU. This immortal GU was a one-time consumable GU. After using it, the GU immortal's fortune rivaling heaven would no longer expend immortal essence. In essence, how was it different from coral resource points? Fang Yuan thought of the incomplete refinement sea. This was the refinement path secluded domain of heaven and earth that land spirit of Langya tried his best to create. What is a secluded domain of heaven and earth? It is just the accumulation of Tao marks of a specific path. They form a special ability. Danghun Mountain produces Guts GU, and Qian Kuan Crystal Wall reflects everything that happens in the world. Secluded domains of heaven and earth are extreme resource points. They are also the other side of GU worms and killer moves. So, all things are one. Chapter 2269. What is learned on paper is shallow, this matter needs to be done with practice. Fang Yuan muttered to himself. Understanding the principle of all beings was one thing, but putting it into practice was another. Fang Yuan had completely comprehended the essence of divine concealment and ghostly concealment, but it was from refinement path. Because of his theft path attainment level, he could not modify ghostly concealment yet. He had the ability to create refinement path killer moves similar to divine concealment and ghostly concealment. But it was not easy, the price he had to pay was high. During this period of conflict between the 3 venerables, if Fang Yuan spent a lot of time and effort to deduce such a top-tier refinement path killer move, it would be too risky. The timing did not allow Fang Yuan to do so. However, the refinement path resource points in the 5 regions and 2 heavens had great reference value. Fang Yuan simplified them and extracted the true core. He could modify them into mature passive killer moves that could be used to manage the immortal aperture. Basically, these passive methods were very small in the total killer moves, but they were very valuable. The most common ones were passive defensive methods. Song Yisha had reason to be proud. Duke Long only had one, it was called 9 Lines Dragon Protection. As far as Fang Yuan knew, Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable did not create more than 5 killer moves similar to Divine Concealment and Ghostly Concealment in his life. The creation of killer moves started from the experience of GU cultivators using many GU worms at the same time. Later on, GU cultivators discovered all sorts of innate abilities from the living beings in the 5 regions and 2 heavens. They used them as reference and allowed killer moves to enter a period of rapid development. Until today, GU cultivators had already touched the ceiling of this world. For example, Duke Long created the Dragonman race, Land Spirit of Langya created a new secluded domain of heaven and earth, Spectral Soul Demon Venerable modified soul beasts, turning soul path killer moves into Tao marks and engraving them into soul beasts, giving them new innate abilities. From these achievements, GU cultivators were already on par with heaven and earth. They controlled many extraordinary abilities of heaven and earth. Limitless Demon Venerable was even more outrageous. He made arrangements in Crazed Demon Cave, creating a hole in the world boundary and creating brand new heaven path Tao marks. This surpassed the entire GU cultivation world by a level. This was Fang Yuan's first time refining refinement path Tao marks from the outside world. The Supreme Martial Grandmaster realm, coupled with personal practice, allowed him to gain a lot. In conclusion, there were a vast number of refinement path Tao marks in the 5 regions and 2 heavens. They were not evenly distributed, some places were sparse, some places were dense. These refinement path Tao marks were stable, it was hard for them to change. Under normal circumstances, their increase and decrease were very slow and required a long time. These refinement path Tao marks could be seen as the foundation of the world's refinement path foundation. On this basis, a large number of animals, plants, and non-living GU materials would be born. These animals, plants, and objects were related to refinement path. They were refinement path resources. Under normal circumstances, places with densely packed refinement path DAO marks would have relatively rich and high-end refinement path resources. In places where refinement path DAO marks were sparse, refinement path resources were sparse and lower end. Refinement path DAO marks and all sorts of refinement path resources affected each other. For example, the coral group that Fang Yuan inspected earlier was a refinement path resource point. It originated from the death of an immemorial sunken fish thousands of years ago. The refinement path DAO marks on its body dissipated, a portion of it was left behind in the world. The DAO marks that Fang Yuan refined in refinement path were here. They were the foundation of the world's refinement path foundation. Refinement path resources were not included. The natural DAO marks that Fang Yuan refined were like a spider web. As long as Fang Yuan was inside, he could sense the refinement path activity in the spider web. This was refinement path sensation. Fang Yuan had a vague sense of refinement path resources. He could also sense the refinement path activities of GU cultivators. In places with densely packed refinement path DAO marks, the sensation would be stronger, more stable, and clearer. For example, he could find a small number of ordinary refinement path GU materials. On the contrary, if the refinement path DAO marks were weaker, the refinement path sensation would be weaker. In this area, it was likely that only refinement path immortal materials could be sensed by Fang Yuan. If the spider web had a loophole, or if the GU immortal was refining GU in their immortal aperture, Fang Yuan would not be able to sense it. Using the refinement path DAO marks that he refined, Fang Yuan could use the refinement path aspect to influence all living beings and the environment within his range. For example, helping Song Yishe to cultivate, maintaining and expanding the coral group and other refinement path resource points, or creating a passive top-tier refinement path killer move, similar to Spaceless Tunnel, that existed in the world. Purely using refinement path DAO marks to amplify one's own methods was only the most basic ability. From the perspective of refinement path, in the entire GU cultivation world, the 5 regions and 2 heavens are an incomparably huge immortal material. This immortal material is all-encompassing. It contains the DAO marks of all paths. Even though I became a refinement path venerable, I can only refine a portion of this huge immortal material. Giant Sun Immortal, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, and the other venerables are the same. A portion of the world can be owned and used by them. This is a DAO Lord. Other venerables can only be a DAO Lord at most, but I am different, I am special. Fang Yuan had the sovereign immortal body. DAO marks did not conflict with each other. He cultivated all paths. The other venerables could only cultivate one path and one path. They could become venerables by cultivating their main path, while their supplementary paths were used as a method to compete. In theory, Fang Yuan could cultivate all paths and become a venerable of all path. This was the reason why Spectral Soul Demon Venerable spent all his effort to create sovereign immortal fetus GU. Fang Yuan's potential was unparalleled. He had unimaginable room for growth. The other venerables naturally know this. The reason why they did not kill me was because I displayed great battle strength in Crazed Demon Cave. Giant Sun Immortal and Star Constellation Immortal Venerable knew that they would have to pay a price to kill me. They would not be able to bear it. Fang Yuan did not continue to refine DAO marks. He decided to slow down. Even though Heavenly Essence Treasure Imperial Lotus bloomed again in the Sovereign Immortal Aperture, giving him close to 100 Immortal Yuan stones. Even though he had all sorts of refinement path methods that could raise his refinement path efficiency by several times, far surpassing other venerables. This was very normal. Refinement path was most proficient in this aspect. In terms of refinement path, he surpassed the 2 venerables in all aspects. This was the advantage of refinement path. But now, I cannot use this advantage. I should not agitate these 2 venerables. Fang Yuan thought. Once he displayed his advantage, the 2 venerables would definitely be shaken. They had thought that they had some advantage. Once they saw Fang Yuan refining DAO marks so quickly, they would not sit still. They would definitely work together to suppress Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan was not afraid of being ganged up on. After all, He had a reserve of immortal essence now, even though it was not sufficient. But the two venerables could not deal with him immediately. As they fought, Fang Yuan would gain an advantage by relying on heavenly essence treasure Imperial Lotus. But there was no need for that. Thus, Fang Yuan's foundation was exposed, especially his obscured heavenly secret killer move. It was not worth it. Blindly using one's advantage was one of life's greatest pitfalls. Fang Yuan knew the importance of judging the situation. Next, when I refine Dao marks, I need to slow down. The overall efficiency has to be similar to the two venerables. I also need to stop a few times in the middle to show that I have little immortal essence. Of course, I cannot show too much weakness. If I do, it will backfire and cause the two venerables to join forces to attack me. Fang Yuan was very experienced in this. He had a lot of life experience. Especially in the 500 years of his previous life, after experiencing all sorts of failures and pain, this formless wealth had always been supporting him. Silently getting rich. When I have to expose myself in the future, the two venerables' expressions will not be good. Fang Yuan used cooking luck pot to check his luck. His luck was still in the shape of a furnace. Regarding this, Fang Yuan had observed it many times. He had some guesses. This should be because he was a refinement path venerable. The luck's shape could be fixed for a period of time, it would not change. The furnace's surface was still very rough, there were cracks. But the cracks had decreased by 2 or 3. This should be because the earth vein in the sovereign immortal aperture had already repaired the first ring, it was repairing the second ring. And the water vein had completed the first ring. These were the results of stabilizing his foundation. Compared to before, there was a huge change on the furnace's surface. Lotus flowers and lotus leaves had appeared. The green lotus and red flower pattern clearly corresponded to the rank 9 immortal GU heavenly essence treasure Imperial Lotus. This showed how important this immortal GU was to Fang Yuan. The pattern covered the periphery of the furnace, it extended to the bottom of the furnace, turning into several lotus roots. These lotus roots extended to the bottom of the furnace. Together with the firewood that represented immortal essence, they burned intensely. Compared to the weak flames earlier, the flames at the bottom of the furnace had expanded by several times. The improvement was obvious. The furnace did not have a lid, one could see the scene inside the furnace. The immortal crane smoke that represented heaven form, as well as the green stone that represented the refinement of heavenly essence treasure Imperial Lotus, had disappeared. Instead, a blue-white ice block appeared. It was evidently the truthful floating ice block. The blue-white ice block melted slowly in the furnace, it emitted an alluring light. This time, a large amount of reddish-brown sand appeared at the top of the furnace, floating like a cloud. The reddish-brown sand formed a small stream and slowly poured into the furnace. The red-brown sand was easily melted, it seeped into the furnace and repaired the cracks, turning the furnace from rough to smooth. This should be a comparison to my natural Dao mark refinement. If I were to refine path crazily, this red-brown sand would erupt and block my furnace, it would even attack the fire at the bottom of the furnace. This is the result of the two venerables working together to suppress me. Fang Yuan's luck inspection increased. Comparing it with his own situation, he gained more insights. Even though rank 8 cooking luck pot was not very suitable for Fang Yuan's current status, the secrets of luck path that it revealed reminded Fang Yuan that the most beneficial variables for him now were the Dao mark refinement and the development of heaven path. The Dao mark refinement has slowed down, but I need to secretly digest the truthful floating ice block. Right now, immortal essence is no longer a burden, it is a huge advantage instead. If I have immortal essence, I need to use it, I need to convert the resources I have into my foundation and strength. Venerables were one righteous path and one mystical path. Fang Yuan had already planned to use refinement path as the righteous path and heaven path as the mystical path. Refinement path was currently his main cultivation path, but refinement path was weak in terms of combat. Refinement path was not suited for offense, this was publicly acknowledged. In this situation, Fang Yuan needed another path to support his own battle strength. This path had very few people cultivating it. For example, painting path, it could catch the enemy off guard and make it hard for them to guard against it. Even though there were many paths, Fang Yuan did not have many choices. Considering his current situation, Heaven Path was definitely his first choice. There were very few GU cultivators who cultivated Heaven Path. The threshold was too high. Heaven Path itself was very special. It had extraordinary potential and power. Refinement Path was righteous. Heaven Path was mystical. This was Fang Yuan's current cultivation plan. Giant Sun Immortal and Star Constellation Immortal Venerable had given Fang Yuan the title of Heaven Refining Demon Venerable. It was actually quite appropriate. Chapter 2270. Subordinates greet Alliance Leader. A group of mermaid GU immortals had extremely respectful expressions as they knelt down at Fang Yuan's feet. Fang Yuan looked around, feeling surprised. He found that these mermaid GU immortals were all female. They were either seductive, gentle, or cold. 2 of them had rank 7 cultivation level, while the other 4 were rank 6. Female immortals her. Fang Yuan muttered to himself. This was not good. He moved these mermaids into the sovereign immortal aperture to let them reproduce. There were no male mermaid GU immortals, but there were 6 female immortals. This was a situation where there were more females than males. However, Fang Yuan thought of the merman race. Females had higher status than males. Mermen chose saintesses, but never saints. Maybe the Merman Imperial Court chose these female immortals without any female immortals. It was a way to express their respect to him. All of you are members of the Heaven and Earth Great Love Alliance. Now that you are in the sovereign immortal aperture, you are my people. Remember to follow the rules inside. Someone will inform you of the details later. Saying so, Fang Yuan opened his immortal aperture's entrance. We will follow Alliance Leader's instructions. The mermaid GU immortals quickly responded, entering the entrance obediently. At the next moment, their vision changed. They found themselves in a vast sky. Below them was a pure white cloud soil. Far away was a city that resembled a giant conch shell, shining with starlight. Did you look up earlier? No, I have never been so close to Lord Alliance Leader. I kept my head lowered. I mustered all my courage and took a peek when I entered the immortal aperture's entrance. Oh heavens, Lord Alliance Leader is truly too beautiful. Lord Alliance Leader has venerable cultivation level. He is so considerate of us variant humans, and most importantly, he is so beautiful. I have never seen such a beautiful and gentle person. The 2 rank 6 mermaid GU immortals had a close relationship. They were talking excitedly to each other, showing their admiration and love for Fang Yuan. As for the remaining 2 rank 6 female immortals, they had solemn expressions and were in low spirits. Keep quiet. One of the leaders, Yu Zi, was slightly unhappy. Lord Alliance Leader, you can actually criticize him? This is the sovereign immortal aperture. The female immortals lowered their heads. They did not speak. They communicated with their gazes, unable to conceal their excitement. The other leader, Lian Kuxin, held Yu Zi's hand, consoling her. Lian Kuxin, Yu Zi, and Xianing Sai were the 3 leaders of the Merman Imperial Court. Now that Fang Yuan came to move the mermen into the sovereign immortal aperture, how could the Merman Imperial Court dare to refuse? The Merman Imperial Court received the order and held an urgent discussion for an entire day and night. Eventually, the Merman Imperial Court chose their 2 leaders, as well as the other 4 mermaid immortals with the most outstanding looks, and offered them to Fang Yuan. Because of this, 2 pairs of immortal companions were separated, and one of them was already discussing marriage. The Merman Imperial Court did not have any rank 8s, their top 3 rank 7 battle strength were the 3 first supreme elders in power. They chose 2 of them. This showed their determination. They then removed the male immortals and chose the most beautiful female immortals. They were trying to get close to Fang Yuan and reach the top. This was not strange. Humans were the undisputed overlords. The Merman Imperial Court was used to living a lowly life. Back then, Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable took action and protected the Merman Imperial Court. After Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable died, his influence faded. The Merman Imperial Court frequently had marriage alliances with Eastern Sea's Righteous Path superforces. They also liked to recruit some Eastern Sea lone cultivator experts as son-in-law. The Merman Imperial Court had such a mindset. They benefited from Paradise Earth Venerable and were acknowledged by Eastern Sea's human forces. Now that Fang Yuan was a venerable and controlled Eastern Sea, the Merman Imperial Court was not like the other human forces. They could not join Giant Sun Immortal or Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. They could only join Great Love Immortal Venerable, who was closest to variant humans. Thus, even though the two Mermaid GU Immortals were separated and felt some resentment, they were willing to sacrifice their own happiness for the sake of their clan. But the moment they met with Fang Yuan, they suffered a huge blow. The Mermaid Immortals knew about Fang Yuan's appearance, be it the Celestial Court or other missions, there were images of him. The Mermaid Immortals knew about Fang Yuan's beauty, but when they saw him personally, they were still deeply shocked by Fang Yuan's beauty. This was not just beauty in terms of appearance, he also had dense Tao marks. His every action had the aura of the great Tao, he exuded an extraordinary charm from deep within his bones, he had unparalleled magnanimity and aura, it was truly admirable. If it were Giant Sun Immortal or Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, even though they had many Tao marks, they would not be as attractive as Fang Yuan. Because mermen had innate water path Tao marks, while Fang Yuan had more than 2 million water path Tao marks, there was a natural affinity between them. Yu was one of the leaders. She was the GU Immortal who advocated sacrificing herself the most, using her beauty to join Fang Yuan. In the end, after she saw Fang Yuan personally, she was deeply shocked. She felt that compared to Fang Yuan, she was like a cloud compared to dirt, she felt inferior. Lian Kuxin had been with Yu for a long time. With her personal experience, she understood Yu's unease. She held Yu's hand and transmitted, no matter how beautiful Lord Fang Yuan is, he is still a man. As long as this does not change, we have hope. Think about Giant Sun Immortal. Yu nodded slightly, trying to calm her mind. At this time, a hairy man GU Immortal flew over. Mermaid friends, I am 12th Hair, I have come to receive you. 12th Hair spoke. Yu quickly smiled and said some pleasantries to 12th Hair, before giving Tang Qiong a look. Tang Qiong was a supreme elder of the Merman Imperial Court. She had yellow fish scales all over her body, she had a gentle and pleasant appearance, her smile revealed dimples that made her look even more adorable. Although her status was lower than Yu, Lian Kuxin, and Xianing Sai, she was second only to them. She was put in an important position by the three of them. She was busy with government affairs and had strong diplomatic skills. Tang Qiong received Yu's signal and immediately walked forward, handing a shell to 12th Hair. 12th Hair saw that this shell was a rare rank 7 refinement path immortal material. He accepted it with a smile, his attitude becoming more enthusiastic. Everyone, please follow me. Your first stop is Star Collection City. This is the central area of the sovereign immortal aperture. The cloud soil that Star Collection City was on was not huge. The group of GU Immortals flew quickly and entered Star Collection City. Under 12th Hair's guidance, the Mermaid GU Immortals stepped into the main hall and greeted the person in charge. This GU Immortal in charge of the main hall was also a woman. She cultivated sound path, her rank 8 aura filled the hall. She wore a pink palace dress, her eye sockets were deeper than normal people, her nose bridge was tall, her eyes were mesmerizing, it was Fairy Miao Yin. The mermaids paid their respects. Fairy Miao Yin sat on a high seat, looking down at these GU Immortals with a solemn expression. She said, "You have just arrived, you need to know the rules of our sovereign immortal aperture, you need to abide by them for life. This sovereign immortal aperture does not support idlers. Whether it's you or the status of the Merfolk clan, you've all relied on your own hard work to obtain it. The contribution board has been calculated clearly, it is clear at a glance, cheating is the worst. Do you understand? Yes, we will definitely follow Lady Miao Yin's instructions." The mermaids lowered their heads and replied. Fairy Miao Yin nodded slightly, looking at 12th Hair. "Since you accepted the mission of guiding the Mermaid GU Immortals, you will lead them around and familiarize them with Star Collection City's arrangements." Saying so, Fairy Miao Yin waved her hand, dozens of GU worms flew out. 12th Hair acknowledged and took all of these GU worms, saying to the Mermaid Immortals, "Please follow me." The Mermaid Immortals took their leave. After following 12th Hair out of the main hall, they let out sighs of relief. This Fairy Miao Yin was originally a rank 7 GU Immortal in Southern Border. but after following Great Love Immortal Venerable, her cultivation level rose to rank 8. Her tone is unfriendly, she must have seen through our plans, so she is trying to warn us. Lian Kuxin and Yuzi conversed secretly. On the other side, Tang Qiong was carefully asking 12th Heir about Fairy Miao Yin's identity. Was she the city lord of Star Collection City? Before coming here, the Merman Imperial Court had made many preparations. Fairy Miao Yin, Lady White Rabbit, and other famous subordinates of Fang Yuan had prepared gifts for them. But Tang Qiong could not bring out the atmosphere in the hall earlier. 12th Heir shook his head. Originally, Star Collection City Lord was the old Combat Beast King, but he died in the tribulation. Right now, Star Collection City is guarded by Miao Yin, White Rabbit, Wu Shuai, Qi Si, and other rank 8s. Hearing this, the Mermaid GU Immortals let out sighs of relief. It turned out that Fairy Miao Yin was not the true Star Collection City Lord, she did not have much authority. Yuzi's eyes brightened. She thought about how they rarely interacted with Fang Yuan's main body, but Fang Yuan's clone was in the Sovereign Immortal Aperture. If they could have a close relationship with the clone, they would have achieved their goal. The Mermaid Immortals followed 12th Heir to the square in Star Collection City. In the square, there were 3 huge pillars. There were countless words floating on the surface of the pillars, forming 3 boards. Before the Mermaid Immortals could take a closer look, 12th Heir distributed GU worms. These GU worms were given to 12th Heir by Fairy Miao Yin in the main hall. Each Mermaid GU Immortal got 5, they were all rank 5 mortal GU. The Mermaid Immortals were very familiar with 3 of the GU worms, they knew that they corresponded to the Contribution Board, Mission Board, and Exchange Board. Fang Yuan's 3 boards were not just in the Sovereign Immortal Aperture, be it the Variant Human Alliance or the Righteous Qi Alliance, they were all set up. Thus, the Mermaid Immortals knew. 12th Heir said, "You will be living in the Sovereign Immortal Aperture from now on, it will be different from before. From now on, unless Master gives the order, you will not have a chance to leave. You can take a good look at these 3 boards now, these are our internal boards. The ones in the Heaven and Earth Great Love Alliance are external boards, there are many differences between the 2. Right now, be it the Righteous Qi Alliance or the Variant Human Alliance, they had both merged into the Heaven and Earth Great Love Alliance. As the 2 sides fought against each other, they became a single force. They had complex feelings. But with Venerable Fang Yuan's cultivation level, who cared if it was sweet or not, it had to be sweet. Chapter 2271. In the past 2 days, GU Dao Master has been going through all channels. Thank you to the Editor-in-Chief, An Yi, thank you to the editor, Yu Long, thank you to Chijian, and thank you to all the readers, friends, and brothers and sisters who have supported this book. I don't know who said, the dream of a web novel is probably these 2. One is to sell the IP copyright, and the other is to recommend it through all channels. Time passed quite quickly. Quietly, the book of GU Dao Master has already exceeded 7 million words. To be honest, according to my outline, it should end at 5 million words. When I wrote 5 million words, I felt, 6 million words should be enough to finish the book. When I wrote 6 million words, I felt, 5 million words should be enough to finish the book. Then I wrote 5 million words, what's going on? Why is there still so much to express? Therefore, there were several announcements of the book's completion, but they all failed. Now that I wrote 7 million words, I feel that estimating when the book will be completed is meaningless. Because I have never calculated correctly. I'd better not give up, holding my head, when I wrote 7 million words, I feel that the entire book is still under my control. Although the outline has been revised countless times, crying, the book's results are getting better and better. This is really unexpected. I remember that when I first wrote the book, I wrote it purely with the interest of getting 0 royalties. To be honest, it's still rare to write a book with better results after writing 7 million words. It's all thanks to everyone. I'm bowing to thank everyone for their support. I also hope that more and more readers will be able to support the original version. After all, it's 6 years of hard work. Gu Dao Master has entered the later stage, and the true theme of this book will gradually become prominent. I think it will be quite exciting. In addition, I will open another batch of character columns tonight. Everyone can like the characters they like and upload pictures. I will closely communicate with the manga reshuffle for these uploaded character pictures. It is very likely that the character images of the Gu Dao Master comic will be closer to the direction that everyone approves of. Gu Dao Master's comic has been updated to The Devil Walks in the Light. The first part was Fang Yuan's dismemberment as a gift. I took a look, and the scale is quite large. Fang Yuan dragged the whole body all the way with blood and then put it into a box as a gift. The person in charge of the venomous Gu Master's manga reorganization was truly courting death. He was frantically rubbing against the edge of the river crab, probing back and forth. To be honest, it was rare to see a manga that could be restored to such an extent. If everyone is interested, you can go and take a look. If you have any comments, you can bring them up directly to the comics department, or you can respond to us. I will try my best to communicate with the comics department. Now that I'm reading comics and seeing Gua Fang Yuan of Qing Maro Mountain, I feel somewhat emotional. Unknowingly, we have already walked so far. Oh! How to read Venerable Gu's manga? It was very simple. First, search for Tencent Comics. After entering, search for Venomous Insect Master. Click on it and look. If mobile users wanted to watch it, they could download the Tencent animation app. Click, enter, search for Venerable GU, click, look. Oh, there's more. If everyone had switched over to support from this side, there was no harm in leaving some bullet screen comments to identify themselves and see how many people there were on their side. But please don't be a spoiler. Chapter 2272. Star Collection Cities Square. Yu Zi and Lian Ku Xin looked at the contribution board at the same time. The contribution board had great reference value. Whoever was at the top was an important official, a capable subordinate of Fang Yuan. They were also people that mermaid immortals needed to befriend. Looking at the contribution board, they could roughly understand the situation of Fang Yuan's subordinates. They would have a clear understanding of them. Then, the two of them saw the first name on the contribution list, Sixth Hair. A hairy man. There is a huge gap between this person's contribution points and the second places. No one will be able to catch up to him in a short period of time. Even though Yu Zi and Lian Ku Xin had just arrived, they could feel that Sixth Hair's accumulation of contribution points was extraordinary. Starting from second place, the difference in contribution points is not big. Yu Zi and Lian Ku Xin soon saw some familiar names in the top 10. For example, Fairy Miao Yin, Lady White Rabbit, Mo Tan Sang, Shui Shusha Cheng, and others. What made Yu Zi and Lian Ku Xin pay attention to was that there was a strange name in the top 10. Land Spirit of Langya? Could it be Lang Ya Blessed Land's Land Spirit? Land spirits can also enter the ranking. This shows that Lord Fang Yuan is truly magnanimous. He treats humans, variant humans, and land spirits equally. Most of the top 10 on the contribution board were variant human GU immortals. The political significance of this made the two former rulers of the Merman Imperial Court feel satisfied. They even felt a sense of excitement. They also saw 12th Hair's contribution points. 12th Hair was at the 18th place. The 19th place was the Black Houndland Spirit. But at the next moment, the 19th place Black Houndland Spirit suddenly rose up and pushed 12th Hair down. 12th Hair also noticed this. He coughed awkwardly and explained with a slightly envious tone, "This Black Houndland Spirit is really lucky. Right now, the two heavens are fusing. Remnant heavenly dogs and heaven-swallowing dogs escaped in large numbers and were captured by GU immortals. Our sovereign immortal Aperture took in a group of them. Currently, these dogs are being taken care of by the Black Houndland Spirit. After they are healed and inspected, they will be released into mini White Heaven." The Black Houndland Spirit obtained a large number of contribution points because of this. Yu Zi and Lian Ku Xin nodded and thought to themselves, "Actually, you don't need to explain too much. We don't care how you were overtaken by a land spirit." They were concerned about Fairy Miao Yin, Lady White Rabbit, and most importantly, the snowman GU immortal Shui. Because Bing Yuan had once bragged about Shui in the Outsider Grand Alliance, the news that she was Fang Yuan's fiancée had spread far and wide. The Righteous Alliance, which had once been a hostile faction, was gathering intelligence on this matter. Thus, the Mermaid Immortals all knew about this. However, just as they were about to inquire about these key figures in detail, a cry of surprise came from beside them. Yu Zi frowned slightly again. Just when she was about to berate, the other 4 Mermaid Immortals said together, "Leaders, quickly look at this exchange list." Yu Zi and Lian Ku-shin's attention couldn't help but be drawn over. When they looked carefully, their pupils dilated and revealed shocked expressions. The Sovereign Immortal Aperture's internal exchange list was indeed different from the Heaven and Earth Great Love Alliance's external list. There were too many good things. Yu Zi and Lian Ku-shin felt their heads go dizzy. The list was filled with GU worms of all paths. There were many rare and extinct mortal GU, and there were more than 1,000 immortal GU that could be exchanged from rank 6 to rank 8. There were countless immortal GU recipes, immortal materials, immortal killer moves, hundreds and thousands of immortal GU houses, and immortal inheritances. Yu Zi and Lian Ku-shin stared with wide eyes. This is the inheritance of the Water Path great expert Changguan Shui. He cultivated Information Path and Water Path as his main path. He had the Killer Move Water chapter. He was famous in history. This is the inheritance of our Merman expert third princess. She was one of the strongest Merman experts of the remote antiquity era. She had resisted primordial origin immortal Venerable many times. She created a Water Path rank 8 immortal material, Great Water. It has been lost for a long time. To think that we would see it here. Yu Zi and Lian Ku-shin's hearts palpitated. Fang Yuan promoted himself as Great Love Immortal Venerable. He was openly selling immortal GU in jewel yellow skies. The Mermaid Immortals knew the price. Even though the price was fair, it could not compare to this place. We can use contribution points to exchange for everything on the exchange board. This is much easier than trading in jewel yellow skies and the outer board. What did I just see? We can even request for Lord Fang Yuan to personally protect us during our tribulations, as expected of Great Love Immortal Venerable. Yu Zi and Lian Ku-shin unconsciously licked their lips. Their desire for contribution points became unprecedentedly strong. They and the other 4 female immortals turned their burning gazes towards the mission board at the same time. Evidently, if they wanted the resources on the exchange board, they needed contribution points. And the source of contribution points was missions. There were many missions on the contribution board. In Mini Purple Heaven, a large number of ancient chaotic heavenly eagles mysteriously became immemorial desolate beasts to investigate the truth. Kokotahara's dog feces piled up into a mountain, polluting Han Jiao. A divine detective went to investigate the cause of the dog feces and got rid of them. Mini Eastern Sea's Dragon Scale Sea area flowed backwards. Large amounts of seawater flew into Mini 9 Heavens to repair the immortal formation and rebuild Dragon Scale Sea area. Inkman City Lord Mo Tan Sang got pregnant out of nowhere. He asked an expert for an abortion. The Mermaid Immortals looked at the mission board and fell into deep thought. There were more missions than they could imagine. Under normal circumstances, most GU Immortals' immortal apertures would have good weather. They would need to be rebuilt after undergoing tribulations, or they would need to relocate new resource points that needed to be taken care of. But unlike the Sovereign Immortal Aperture, it seemed like strange things were happening everywhere at every moment. The Mermaid Immortals looked at it for a while. They were worried but also happy. They were worried because even though the Sovereign Immortal Aperture was Great Love Immortal Venerable's immortal aperture, it was famous in the world. It was not peaceful and chaotic. It was not easy to survive here. They were happy because in such a chaotic situation, there were all sorts of missions. The GU Immortals did not have to worry about the lack of contribution points. 12th Hare had been observing the Mermaid Immortals' expressions. He sighed deeply. I will tell you the truth. The Sovereign Immortal Aperture is currently in a rather stable state. You have not experienced it. Master annexed 2 Heavens Grotto Heavens. His immortal aperture's Dao marks increased rapidly. The abnormal situation was like a storm. In the entire Sovereign Immortal Aperture, who isn't busy? Even though there are not many things happening now, because of the battle in Crazed Demon Cave, our GU immortals suffered heavy losses. Even though most of them revived, it is not the time to undergo immortal ascension. As you can see, the missions are very heavy, but we still need to leave people to guard many places. For example, Star Collection City is too important, we cannot afford to lose it. Many abnormal situations occurred suddenly, we need at least one rank 8 expert to guard this place at all times. Seeing that there are more and more missions, we need everyone to join the Sovereign Immortal Aperture. Earlier in the hall, even though Fairy Miao Yin said it directly, she was not wrong. If you want to gain the recognition of the old GU immortals, you need to work hard and use your actions and contributions to show your loyalty to Master. The Mermaid Immortals heard this and nodded. Yu Zi and Lian Kuxin looked at each other, they finally understood Fang Yuan's intention. Tang Qiong expressed her gratitude towards 12th Hair's advice and gave him a meeting gift. A certain rank 6 Mermaid Immortal asked at an appropriate time, Lord 12th Hair gave each of us 5 immortal GU, 3 of them are for the 3 boards, what about the remaining 2? 12th Hair accepted the gift as he explained with a smile, one of them is used to communicate with Jewel Yellow Skies. In the Sovereign Immortal Aperture, all GU cultivators need to use this GU worm to communicate with Jewel Yellow Skies. The other one is used to monitor you, you need to keep it with you at all times. If it is accidentally damaged, you need to report it immediately, Star Collection City will send a replacement. After pausing for a while, 12th Hair continued, don't think too much. Not just you, we also have it. Even though it is a mortal GU, it has already saved many GU immortals' lives. Many abnormal situations contain many mysterious risks, it is not easy for us to deal with them, we might even lose our lives. For example, take a look at this on the mission board. The Mermaid Immortals looked at 12th Hair's direction and saw Mo Tan Sang's abortion mission. 12th Hair revealed a strange smile. You might not be familiar with Mo Tan Sang, but his status is not low, he is the leader of Mini Western Desert's GU Immortals. He is a male Inkman, but after dealing with an unexpected situation, he became mysteriously pregnant. Now, he is offering a high price for an abortion, but many people are helpless after seeing it. If we abort it rashly, he might even lose his life. The Mermaid Immortals opened their mouths, they were dumbfounded. All right. 12th Hair continued, next, I will bring you to another place, in a way, it is even more important than the 3 board. The Mermaid Immortals were immediately interested, they followed 12th Hair out of the square and into a branch hall in Star Collection City. At the entrance of the branch hall, the number of GU Immortals increased rapidly. Many GU Immortals were supporting each other or bending their backs, dragging their feet as they entered the branch hall in extreme fatigue. Next, these GU Immortals walked out with their heads held high and their faces glowing. Even though many of them still had dark circles under their eyes. When these GU Immortals saw acquaintances, they would nod at them warmly, when they walked past them, they would greet them and talk about their missions or their rankings on the contribution board. Many GU Immortals showed expressions of realization when they saw the Mermaid GU Immortals. Some of them took the initiative to greet them, they were very enthusiastic. Oh, I heard that we are taking in a group of Mermaid GU Immortals, are these them? Great, with this group of people, we can finally take a breather. The accumulation of missions should be alleviated now. 12th Hair, you got this receiving mission, you are really lucky. Chapter 2273. 12th Hair laughed heartily, exchanging some pleasantries. When he turned around to look at the Mermaid Immortals, he saw that they were in a daze, some GU Immortals even had tears in their eyes. 12th Hair was slightly shocked, he quickly said, friends, did I offend you in any way? Before he finished, Lian Kuxin interrupted, 12th Hair, don't worry, we can see that inside the Sovereign Immortal Aperture, be they humans, Inkmen, Rockmen, Snowmen, or others, they are all living harmoniously, they have equal status and are extremely close to each other. To speak the truth, I have never seen such a scene. I do not even dare to imagine that such a place exists in this world. 12th Hair was silent. He was originally a member of the Lang Ya sect. Although Lang Ya Blessed Land was very secretive, he knew very well that in the 5 regions and 2 heavens, The status of mutants were very low. They had to live under the oppression of the human race. Looking at it from another perspective, the Merman imperial court in Eastern Sea had always been surrounded by human superforces. Their pressure to survive was much greater than Lang Ya sect's hairy men. Even though the scene in Star Collection City was extremely ordinary, it had a huge impact on the mermaid immortals. At this moment, the mermaid immortals had the same thought. Even if the sovereign immortal Aperture's environment became 10 times more chaotic and dangerous, they had to survive. Perhaps this is our true home, Yuzi murmured. Life here is truly wonderful. Lian Kushin heaved a long sigh. I finally understand the profound meaning of the so-called great love. Master is indeed worthy of being great love immortal venerable. The celestial court and longevity heaven are truly detestable. Be it star constellation immortal venerable or giant sun immortal, they cannot compare to our master. A mermaid immortal spoke of Fang Yuan, her expression and tone gradually turned passionate. 12th Hair gave a thumbs up, saying proudly, looking at all the venerables of the past, Master is truly magnanimous. Paradise Earth immortal venerable thinks highly of Master. It is only natural for him to give his inheritance to Master. Because no one else has the qualifications. Only by following Master can we have the possibility of happiness. Since all of you are deeply aware of this, then do your best to protect this place from now on, because this is also protecting your happy life. The mermaid immortals nodded, some even shed tears of excitement. After calming herself down, Tang Qiong asked, "What are the mysteries of this sub-palace?" 12th Hair exclaimed, his expression becoming complicated. There was pride and arrogance, excitement, and even a hint of fear in his heart. Even the fur on 12th Hair's face couldn't hide his expression. This made the mermaid immortals even more curious. Next, the female immortals heard 12th Hair explain, this was originally a formation called Liver Life Formation, but Master modified it recently and turned it into an immortal GU house. Its effect is great and very practical. 12th Hair gave a thumbs up again. Then, he looked at the mermaid immortals and added with a meaningful tone, you will definitely need it in the future. After 12th Hair's detailed introduction, Liver Life Immortal GU House successfully left a deep impression on the mermaid immortals. There was nothing else to introduce about Star Collection City. 12th Hair led the mermaid immortals down from the mini 9 heavens. The group arrived at mini Eastern Sea and looked down at the sea area below. Waves were surging, sea winds were blowing. 12th Hair said, this is the place that Master has decided for you mermen to live and reproduce from now on. The mermaid GU immortals quickly used their investigative methods to investigate the environment of this sea area. What made them overjoyed was that this sea area had a large number of ordinary GU materials, but they were distributed chaotically and without any pattern. Moreover, many GU materials countered each other, they were in a state of exhaustion. The root of this situation was the sovereign immortal Aperture's Dao marks. The sovereign immortal Aperture had a lot of Dao marks, thus it produced a large number of GU materials. And because of the non-conflicting Dao marks, abnormal situations occurred frequently, the GU materials were distributed chaotically and were in an unstable state. This is the map of the 5 regions and 2 heavens, it is the version from 3 days ago, consider it my gift to you. 12th Hair rubbed his fingers as an information path mortal GU flew out. The version from 3 days ago? Yuzi was very perceptive. Yes. 12th Hair nodded, explaining, because abnormal situations occurred frequently, many terrains would undergo intense changes. Moreover, Master would set up resource points from time to time, annexing Grotto Heavens and Blessed Lands. Thus, the map of the 5 regions and 2 heavens has been changing frequently, it needs to be updated frequently. Yuzi probed with her divine sense and exclaimed in shock, so big. Her exclamation attracted the attention of the other mermaid immortals, they rarely saw Supreme Elder Yuzi lose her composure like this. 12th Hair had a proud expression as he smiled, the sovereign immortal Aperture has a huge space to begin with, it is 500 million km too. After Master annexed Apertures and underwent tribulations, the space has expanded by more than 100 times, it has broken through 500 million km too. The other mermaid immortals heard this and had dazed expressions, they were extremely shocked. 12th Hair laughed again. Don't worry, this place will become even bigger in the future. Even if one day, the sovereign immortal aperture surpasses the 5 regions and 2 heavens, we will not be surprised. I have already marked the area of your territory on the map. Even though my mission has ended, if you have any needs, you can use this information path Mortal GU to contact me. I am currently residing in Yellow Hair Continent. I am in charge of leading the Yellow Hair Hairy Men. I am your neighbor. Yu and Lian Ku-shin quickly expressed their gratitude. They also took out their own information path Mortal GU to exchange with 12th Hair. 12th Hair said goodbye to the mermaid immortals, his figure vanishing into the sky. After Yu and Lian Ku-shin discussed for a while, the 6 mermaid immortals started to get busy. On one hand, they sent people to investigate the surrounding environment. Above the clouds and below the ground, they also calculated the resources. On the other hand, they arranged for GU immortals to set up a super large defensive GU formation. After completing the 2 tasks, the mermaid immortals opened their immortal aperture entrances. Groups of mermen brought their families to this sea area. Under the instructions of the mermaid GU immortals, these 800,000 mermen started to build houses in an orderly manner, forming underwater villages, small towns, and even cities in the center. The mermaid immortals set up 6 cities. Each GU immortal was in charge of one. The cities were surrounded by small towns, and beyond the towns were villages. Because of their ample preparation, the mermen did not lack living resources. Chaotic situations were unavoidable. After all, they had just arrived. But under the command and control of the mermaid immortals, they did not suffer any losses. After working for 9 days and 9 nights, seeing that the merman citizens had settled down, Yu and Lian Ku-shin gathered the immortals to discuss some important matters. There are many types of ordinary GU materials, but the quantity of each is not high, and they change frequently. In my opinion, we should organize the mermaid GU masters to gather these GU materials once in a while. The surrounding environment is quite safe. There are few desolate beasts, not to mention ancient desolate beasts. There are almost no common food like seaweed and prawns. We need to nurture them. We even need to create a stable ecosystem. There are few immortal materials here. According to the map, the closest immortal level resource point to us is 7 Treasures Sea Spring. It produces 7 treasures water. Don't think about resource points. This is the sovereign immortal aperture. All the resource points belong to Master. If we want resources, we need to complete missions and exchange for them with contribution points. Speaking of missions, the mermaid immortals had been actively researching them these days. 12th Hair's words make sense. I think we need to do our best to complete the missions and prove our worth. That way, other GU immortals will acknowledge us. I have compared them and found that the most suitable mission for us is to set up a water path resource point. Master is a great strategist with a grand spirit. He is currently creating a water vein. Now that the first water vein is completed, he is creating the second one. This is our chance. That makes sense, but we cannot give up on the other missions either. Especially those that involve other GU immortals. I think we can take some of them and use the mission to get to know the GU immortals here. We can try to befriend them. Before coming here, we prepared most of the gifts for our first meeting. After the mermaid immortals finished their discussion, Yu stayed in this sea area. She was in charge of developing the ecosystem and creating a stable source of food for the mermen. Meanwhile, 4 female immortals led by Lian Ku-shin received missions and traveled to different places. On one hand, they gathered information, and on the other hand, they established diplomatic relations. Lian Ku-shin spent more than a day flying to the Yellow Hair Continent. 12th Hair had already received a letter GU notification. He welcomed them in the sky. As the saying goes, distant relatives are not as good as close neighbors. Both sides had the desire to befriend each other. Lian Ku-shin sent a gift again. These days, she had been researching the contribution board. She found that the hairy men were the #1 force in the sovereign immortal aperture. 12th Hair also prepared a gift in return. It was not a small one. After some initial interaction, 12th Hair learned of the mermaid immortal's actions. He smiled at Lian Ku-shin. You did the right thing this time. In the 5 regions and 2 heavens, when GU immortals visit, they would set up a banquet, or at the very least, they would prepare some tea. But this situation does not exist in the sovereign immortal aperture. We do not have the time or mood to set up these useless banquets. You accepted the mission this time and used it to establish diplomatic relations. It was a wise move. If you did it according to the habits of the 5 regions and 2 heavens, the effect would not be good. Lian Kushin heard this and felt a little glad. Next, she realized the style of the sovereign immortal aperture's GU immortals. 12th Hair said directly, "You and I have both accepted the mission to nurture GU immortal seeds, let's go. Let's not waste time and look at the most important one first." Lian Kushin followed 12th Hair, flying for a while before concealing her aura and entering a forest. A hairy man GU master was being chased. He was covered in injuries as he staggered in the forest. Sounds of fighting could be heard from behind him. Lian Kushin inspected and found that this hairy man GU master was a mixed blood between a human and a hairy man. He is called Guo Fangxiong. 12th Hair introduced at an appropriate time. Lian Kushin's pupils shrunk, her body shook intensely. 12th Hair quickly stretched out his hand. "Don't think too much. He is not of Master's bloodline, he is Guo Fangxiong's son. Master has great foresight, we cannot fathom him, we were only ordered to secretly nurture this child, arranging fortuitous encounters and setbacks for him. This is the most qualified GU immortal seed among us hairy man GU masters." Chapter 2274. Huff, huff, huff. Guo Fangxiong breathed roughly as he hid in the roots of an ancient tree. The ancient tree towered into the sky, the exposed roots were intertwined and were very well hidden. Guo Fangxiong had finally escaped the pursuit, he had the chance to rest and recuperate. His mouth and nose were still bleeding, he hurriedly wiped his mouth with the back of his hand and started to inspect his body's condition. Guo Fangxiong's expression turned grim, he found that he had more than 10 wounds, 3 fractures, and the most serious injury was to his internal organs. He needed immediate treatment. However, he was not that panicked. After all, this was not the first time he had suffered such injuries. Guo Fangxiong tore the clothes on his chest, his clothes were tattered from the intense battle, he casually tore them apart, revealing his hairy chest. There was a long and deep wound on his chest, broken ribs could be seen. Guo Fangxiong gritted his teeth and activated his GU worm. The healing GU worm was like a centipede, it entered his body from the wound and immediately suppressed the internal bleeding. In a short while, this centipede came out of Guo Fangxiong's body while covered in blood, lying on his wound. Hundreds of tentacles stabbed into the flesh on both sides of the wound. The intense pain caused Guo Fangxiong to suck in a breath of cold air. Shortly after, the centipede slowly exerted strength, its hundreds of tentacles forcefully dragged the flesh, creating a light creaking sound as the huge wound closed up. Treating the injury like this was only treating the symptoms and not the root cause, but Guo Fangxiong was clear that there was no time for him to treat the injury. "There are traces of blood here. Come quickly. Be careful, this scoundrel is very troublesome. What are you afraid of? Even if he has rank 5 cultivation, after being hit by the leader's incomplete refinement killer move, most of his GU worms will be destroyed. Because of your thoughts, more than 10 experts have already died in his hands. Guo Fangxiong, this mixed blood is indeed a monster." Discussions could be heard, Guo Fangxiong's expression changed. Damn it. He had caught up so quickly. I just finished treating my wounds. Guo gritted his teeth and checked the few GU worms left in his aperture. After persisting until now, most of his GU worms had already been destroyed. As for the rest, they were all injured. Forcefully activating them would cause them to disintegrate and be destroyed. These GU worms were all accumulated by Guo and Fangxiong with great difficulty, but now he had no choice but to use them. Sleep-lurking GU, I can only rely on you now. You must hold on. Guo Fangxiong prayed while activating his GU worm to hide himself. This was only a rank 4 GU, but its concealment ability was outstanding, almost comparable to a rank 5 GU. Guo had to rely on this GU to escape many times in his life. But this GU had a flaw: once activated, the GU master would fall asleep. The deeper the sleep, the better the concealment effect. As a result, Guyue lost his sense of the outside world. What he did not know was, not long after he fell asleep, this sleep-lurking Gu completely disintegrated into pieces. The pursuers were still searching around. Seeing this, 12th Hare, who was hiding, waved his hand as an immortal killer move was instantly used on Guyue Fangxiong. A yellow hairy man Gu master who was chasing him was very serious. He searched the area that Gu Yufang wanted to hide in, carefully inspecting the tree roots that he was hiding in. Guyue Fangxiong was right in front of him, but he could not see him. Eventually, the pursuers thought that Guyue Fangxiong had escaped from this mountain. They chased deeper into the mountain. Guyue Fangxiong woke up and found that he was safe for the moment. He let out a sigh of relief. Looking at the sleep-lurking Gu in his aperture that had disintegrated into pieces, he felt fear and rejoiced. It seems that sleep-lurking Gu lasted until the crucial moment. I managed to escape. These pursuers are heading to the next mountain. It is a good chance for me to escape. Guyue Fangxiong was overjoyed. His injuries had already stabilized. He quickly got up and left. He moved carefully in the deep and dense forest, trying his best not to leave any traces of his escape. Half a day later, the sky suddenly turned dark. A strange fog started to appear in the forest. Guyue Fangxiong came to a deep pool in the mountain. He looked around and was slightly satisfied. He decided to rest here for some time. This is a good water source. Wild beasts will definitely be attracted here, be it water or beast meat. They are suitable for me to replenish my supply. If I am lucky, I can even obtain some Gu materials from hunting and refine Gu worms to replenish my Gu worm stock. Guyue Fangxiong had a lot of experience in living alone in forests. He was a mixed blood of hairy men and humans. In Black Hair Continent, where hairy men were the rulers, he was looked down upon. Even his biological mother, the city lord of Steel Thread City, didn't like him very much. In Guyue Fangxiong's childhood and teenage years, his greatest wish was to work hard to gain his mother's approval. However, because he was a mixed blood, his Gu refinement aptitude was far inferior to hairy men. And these hairy men took pride in Gu refinement. But thankfully, Guyue Fangxiong had some fortuitous encounters. Through all sorts of methods, he obtained some cultivation methods by coincidence. He cultivated diligently. His performance was shocking. His mother, Steel Thread City Lord, gradually changed her opinion of him. She gradually accepted him from the depths of her heart. However, good times did not last long. Steel Thread City was attacked and almost destroyed. Steel Thread City Lord risked her life to escape with Guyue Fangxiong. Before dying, Steel Thread City Lord told Guyue Fangxiong's background. "My son, mother has mistreated you. Haven't you always wanted to ask who your father is? His name is Guyue Fangxiong. He was once a human slave of mine. But he escaped and later became a famous demonic path Gu master expert. You also have a human name. You are called Guyue Fangxiong. Go, find your father and tell him your name. Tell him everything that happened here. The enemy is too strong. If you want to take revenge for mother, I'm afraid you can only find your father." Just like this, the young Guyue Fangxiong embarked on a journey to find his father. He went from Black Hair Continent to White Hair Continent, then from White Hair Continent to Yellow Hair Continent. Along the way, he experienced many hardships, but there were always troubles and challenges. Even though Guyue Fangxiong was no longer in the sovereign immortal aperture, he had indeed roamed the 3 continents of hairy men. He left behind all sorts of traces and rumors. Guyue Fangxiong's cultivation level rose. He gained more experience in society. Countless battles and escapes had forged his tenacious and optimistic nature. He firmly believed that one day, he would find his father. Just like this, near the deep pool, Guyue Fangxiong rested for a night. Early in the morning, the mountain fog was thick. Guyue Fangxiong came to the edge of the deep pool with a puzzled expression. He found that this deep pool was very strange. The fog in the forest originated from the deep pool. Guyue Fangxiong waited here for half a day and night, but did not see any wild beasts coming to the deep pool to drink water. All sorts of abnormalities gave him a familiar feeling. Every time he encountered a fortuitous encounter, it was probably this feeling. Guyue Fangxiong had an adventurous spirit. After probing for a while, he dived into the deep pool. Unexpectedly, The pool water was not cold, instead, the deeper he dived, the warmer it became. Guo Fangxiong dived all the way to the bottom of the deep pool. The temperature of the water was as pleasant as a hot spring. He found a piece of white jade in the deep pool. The white jade was almost transparent. From the outside, Guo Fangxiong could easily see that there was a beauty sealed inside. This is a mermaid. When Guo Fangxiong saw the beauty's face, his eyes widened as his heart shook. So beautiful. He had never seen such a beautiful woman before. This kind of beauty caused his heart to beat wildly, and he naturally developed a feeling of adoration. The mermaid sealed in the white jade was Lian Kuxin. Lian Kuxin transmitted her voice to Guo Fangyuan. Interesting mixed blood young man, did you wake me up? Guo Fangxiong's body shook. He opened his mouth and wanted to scream, but he forgot that he was at the bottom of the pool. He drank a huge mouthful of water. He quickly covered his mouth. He was in a sorry state. Lian Kuxin laughed. Guo Fangxiong felt his whole body go numb. He thought, how can this mysterious mermaid laugh so beautifully? Lian Kuxin continued to explain, I am a mermaid immortal Lian Kuxin. When I was quelling a chaos in heaven and earth, I was accidentally injured and sealed in this white jade. Young man, since we are fated to meet, please lend me a hand and help me escape. Guo Fangxiong was shocked, but he did not have a GU worm to transmit. He quickly cupped his fists and bowed. He waved his hands underwater to express his intentions. Lian Kuxin smiled and said, you don't have to worry. This piece of white jade can't trap me in the first place. It's just that I need more time to escape alone. If you can refine rank 4 Earth Refinement GU, you can refine this white jade from the outside. It will save me a lot of effort. Guo Fangxiong nodded. Lian Kuxin gave him pointers, telling him the Earth Refinement GU recipe. She also pointed out the suitable GU materials for this area. Guo Fangxiong got out of the pool. He started to work. After spending 3 days, he refined rank 4 Earth Refinement GU for the first time. This is really luck. Guo Fangxiong felt glad. According to his usual performance, it would not be easy to refine a rank 4 GU worm. He was a mixed blood after all. It seems that heaven is helping me. I have to save the fairy. Guo Fangxiong sighed. 12th Hare, who was hiding at the side, laughed and shook his head. He had secretly helped him, otherwise, how could Guo Fangxiong succeed in one try? Guo Fangxiong obtained the rank 4 Earth Refinement GU. He did not rest. He dragged his tired body to the bottom of the pool and refined the white jade. Lian Kuxin successfully escaped. She smiled at Guo Fangxiong, showing a look of appreciation in her eyes. Guo Fangxiong's face turned red as he lowered his head. To express her gratitude, Lian Kuxin waved her hand and healed all of Guo Fangxiong's injuries. Next, she gave Guo Fangxiong close to 10 mortal GU, as well as an inheritance. Lian Kuxin was about to leave. Guo Fangxiong was in a daze. He stammered, Fairy, where can I meet you again? Lian Kuxin smiled lightly. Do you know the difference between mortals and immortals? Guo Fangxiong's body shook. His expression turned ashen. But Lian Kuxin continued, the inheritance I gave you is an immortal cultivation method. If you can become an immortal, you will meet me again in the future. Ah! Guo Fangxiong cried out involuntarily. He did not expect this fortuitous encounter to be so huge. A moment later, he stood at the edge of the pool in a daze, looking at Lian Kuxin flying into the sky, vanishing into the clouds. Lian Kuxin, Fairy Kuxin. Guo Fangxiong muttered, clutching his chest. Lian Kuxin's appearance was deeply engraved in his heart. He knew that from now on, other than finding his father, he had another goal in life, that was to become a GU immortal and meet Fairy Lian Kuxin again. P.S. Fixed many bugs in chapters 270 to 276. Thank you to the friends in this chapter for your guidance. I will try to repay some of the Alliance Leaders chapters this month. Chapter 2275. How is it? 12th Hare smiled. In the clouds, he met with the mermaid immortal Lian Kuxin secretly. Lian Kuxin replied, he is indeed a GU immortal seed. He has a high chance of becoming an immortal. 12th Hare shook his head. This time, He has a strong motivation to cultivate, but it is not enough. We need to increase his foundation as much as possible. After all, he can only pass the adjustment of 3 chi by himself. As for the other tribulations, they were not a problem. They could secretly help from the side. Then what do you mean? Lian Kuxin showed some hesitation. 12th Heir said, I will give him 7 to 8 days to familiarize himself with those mortal GU. After that, I will lure those pursuers over and let them train for him. His mother, Steel Thread City Lord, is not dead, she is in a state of near death, only GU immortal methods can save her. I will let him know this, it will strengthen his desire and determination to undergo tribulation. Lian Kuxin heard this and was silent for a while before praising, You are truly far-sighted, I cannot compare to you. After this mission is completed, I hope you can distribute the contribution points. Fairy, you are too humble. 12th Heir squinted, waving his hand, I will report your contribution. Furthermore, the distribution of contribution points is a matter of Star Collection City. How can I interfere? Lian Kuxin had originally accepted the mission to get close to and befriend 12th Heir. But when she learned of Guo Fangxiong's special identity, she immediately understood that Guo Fangxiong would be placed in an important position by Fang Yuan in the future. This mermaid immortal thought of a plan. She did not hesitate to take action personally and interact with Guo Fangxiong. In order to perform better, this mermaid immortal was willing to go all out. 12th Heir was worried that her performance would reduce his gains, so he revealed his other plan to Lian Kuxin. Lian Kuxin was also very perceptive, she immediately expressed that she would not compete for the credit. 12th Heir was very satisfied. The atmosphere between the two thus returned to normal, becoming harmonious again. After chatting for a while, a huge pillar of light suddenly shot up from the south, an eerie GU refinement aura spread out. Lian Kuxin sensed it and her expression changed. Someone refined a rank 7 immortal GU? She then looked at 12th Heir and praised, Your clan is indeed full of talents. Just this surging aura alone makes this one yearn for it. I wonder if fellow immortal can introduce me to him? 12th Heir showed a troubled expression. He shook his head and subconsciously lowered his voice. If it were any other hairy man GU immortal, I would definitely introduce them to you. But this person is very special. His true identity is Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's clone. Master used a method to imprison him, refining GU all day long. Lian Kuxin was shocked. She suddenly had a flash of inspiration as she asked, Don't tell me, this imprisoned GU immortal is 6th Heir? 12th Heir nodded. Fairy, you are very smart. The valley that 6th Heir lives in has also been specially arranged by Master. It is a forbidden area in the entire Sovereign Immortal Aperture, commonly known as Secluded Valley Forbidden Area. At this time, in the Secluded Valley Forbidden Area, 6th Heir's body was as thin as a stick. His cheekbones were high, and his eye sockets were deep. A rank 7 immortal GU had just been refined. This GU worm was like an ant. Its upper body was large and shiny, while its lower body was small and dim. Its front limbs were short and weak, while its back limbs were long and powerful. It was the enslavement path immortal GU, master servant GU. Finally, I finally refined it, 33 times, I was heavily injured 27 times, and nearly died 19 times, but I still succeeded. With this immortal GU, I can definitely help sect leader Fang Yuan. I still need to rely on sect leader to save my main body. Wait, I seem to have forgotten something. Forget it, let's continue refining GU. The more immortal GU I refine, the stronger Shadow Sect will become, and the greater the hope of saving my main body. 6th Heir's mind was not right. After muttering for a long time, he immediately started to refine other immortal GU. A moment later, in jewel yellow skies, Fang Yuan's will and He Fengyang completed a transaction under everyone's gazes. Fang Yuan obtained an Earthpath resource point in Central Continent. It was called 9 Central Stone Forest, while He Fengyang obtained the Master Servant GU. He really made the transaction, unbelievable. He Fengyang is actually so daring. He is not throwing caution to the wind, he must have received instructions from Immortal Crane Sect to do this. Crane Gate. No, even Crane Gate cannot resist the pressure of openly transacting with Heaven Refining Demon Venerable. There must be Celestial Court's permission behind this, otherwise, why would Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects dare to do this? Didn't Celestial Court declare that Fang Yuan is a demon venerable? They actually cooperated with him? So what? How hard is it to refine a rank 7 immortal GU? Celestial Court is extremely rich, they have countless resource points like 9 Central Stone Forest, they can exchange for an immortal GU with just a little bit. I would do the same. Fang Yuan is indeed worthy of being heaven refining demon venerable. Refining a rank 7 immortal GU is so easy. It is as easy as drinking water. What do you think will happen if he refines a rank 8 immortal GU? It won't be so easy, right? I feel that there is at most a 50%, no, 30% chance of success. Then what about refining a rank 9 immortal GU? Hehe, you must be joking. Even a refinement path venerable would find it difficult to refine a rank 9 immortal GU. Look at the historical records, the number of rank 9 immortal GU refinements can be counted on one hand, but how many of them succeeded? Even Star Constellation Immortal Venerable spent 100 years to refine rank 9 Wisdom GU. That's right, Celestial Court spent over 1,000,000 years to repair a rank 9 Fate GU. And in the end, didn't they fail at the last moment? And this is just repairing a rank 9 immortal GU, refining a rank 9 immortal GU is too difficult. That is hard to say. After all, Guo Fang Yuan is the first refinement path venerable in history, we can only look up to him, there is no way we can estimate him. At once, the GU immortals of the 5 regions and 2 heavens discussed among themselves. They had just started to talk about Fang Yuan's refinement path attainment. They were curious about what kind of refinement path strength he had as a refinement path venerable. Most people thought that it would be very difficult for Fang Yuan to refine a rank 9 immortal GU. After all, there were many historical records. The remaining small portion of GU immortals felt that they were too weak, they could not guess Fang Yuan's true limits. Gradually, the topic of the GU Immortals discussion shifted to Celestial Court under the influence of some people. Celestial Court's tacit acceptance towards He Fengyang, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's ambiguous attitude towards Fang Yuan made the immortals feel disdain and ridicule, but they could understand why Celestial Court did this. After all, Fang Yuan's business could not be stopped, and it was very profitable. Because of this topic, the GU Immortals started to talk about Celestial Court stopping the distribution of immortal Yuan stones. Thus, complaints and calls for Celestial Court to redistribute immortal Yuan stones arose. Voices of ridicule and jealousy towards Celestial Court rose to the surface. Celestial Court had always been the #1 human force in the world, it stood proudly at the top of the GU immortal world of the 5 regions and 2 heavens. This time, they stopped distributing immortal Yuan stones, it went against their previous position and style. The shortage of immortal Yuan stones was indeed a huge problem for many GU immortals. In Treasure Yellow Heaven, out of the 10 transactions, 9 of them were already bartering with items. The remaining transaction was when super forces offered high prices to purchase immortal Yuan stones. Western Desert. Fang Di Chang was also activating GU worms to communicate with jewel yellow skies. This wave of criticism towards Celestial Court is not right. Giant Sun Immortal and Heaven Refining Demon Venerable are likely adding fuel to the fire. Fang Di Chang's eyes flickered with uncertainty as he recognized the peculiarity. The truth was that Fang Yuan and Giant Sun Immortal would not let go of such a good opportunity. Celestial Court's reputation fell again and again in this wave of criticism. Fang Di Chang's divine sense arrived in front of Fang Yuan's will and communicated in an extremely humble manner. Western Desert's Fang Di Chang greets Lord Alliance Leader. Lord Alliance Leader is a man of wisdom and martial virtue. You have blessed the world. I wish Lord Alliance Leader eternal blessings and longevity. Before he finished speaking, Fang Yuan's will waved his hand impatiently, interrupting Fang Di Chang. Enough nonsense, let's transact. Fang Di Chang quickly acknowledged. Thus, after He Fengyang's transaction, another transaction succeeded. Fang Yuan refined a rank 7 immortal GU and gave it to Western Desert's Fang Clan. And Fang Clan provided an Earth Vein resource point as well as millions of hairy man slaves. Fang clan originally wanted to keep a low profile and develop in the dark, benefiting from both sides. But Fang Yuan declared his great love and exposed his close relationship with Fang clan. Fang clan was dumbfounded for a while. Wan clan gathered Western Desert's righteous path to attack Fang clan. Even though they failed, Fang clan recognized their situation and no longer had any thoughts of getting lucky. Thus, under Fang Dichang's suggestion, Western Desert's Fang clan publicly announced that they would join the Heaven and Earth Great Love Alliance. At this point, Fang clan can only cooperate closely with Fang Yuan and make use of this opportunity to strengthen themselves. Fang Dichang sighed inwardly. This identity was very risky, but at the same time, it also brought with it immense benefits. Immortal GU were too difficult to refine. With this immortal GU, my battle strength can match ordinary rank 7 GU immortals for now. Fang Dichang fell into deep thought again. He had already succeeded in his immortal ascension and became a rank 6 GU immortal again. The harmonization of 3 Qi was a huge obstacle, but Fang Dichang had the experience of success. There was no reason to fail the second time after succeeding the first time. Another problem in immortal ascension was calamities and tribulations. With the help of Fang clan's GU immortals, there was no threat in most situations. Unless dream path or painting path calamities and tribulations appeared. But what made Fang Dichang feel regretful was that he did not have the chance to learn from nature in this immortal ascension. Every GU master's immortal ascension had a peerless opportunity to learn from nature. Using this opportunity to ask about the secrets of heaven and earth would often result in great gains. But this time, Fang Dichang lost this opportunity. This was not because it was his second immortal ascension, but because there was a problem with providence itself. With the fusion of the two heavens, providence fell into chaos and turbulence. It was hard to take care of the small issue of learning from nature. After resting for a few more days, we will attack Wan clan. At this moment, Fang Dichang's eyes were like an eagle's. Chapter 2276. Northern Plains. The golden light drifted in the sky like strands and threads, and it formed a golden glow that covered the sky before seeping into the ground, causing it to be vast and continuous, and it was an extremely majestic scene. Giant Sun Immortal was refining Northern Plains luck path Dao marks. But at this time, the golden light that filled the world gradually calmed down. A moment later, the core of Northern Plains returned to its original state. In the air, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable slowly opened his eyes. He had a handsome face. His mouth, nose, eyes, and brows were all very firm, but his expression was indifferent right now, revealing a trace of undetectable helplessness. Ever since the 3 Venerables tried to kill Spectral Soul Demon Venerable but failed because of Fang Yuan's interference, Giant Sun Immortal returned to Northern Plains and refined luck path Dao marks here. During this period of time, he had made great progress. Now, he had already completed his plan. All the luck path Dao marks in Northern Plains core area were refined by him. The range of luck path Dao marks covered the wisdom path Dao marks that Star Constellation Immortal Venerable refined earlier. It negated some of Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's advantage here. Even though Giant Sun Immortal could do nothing to the wisdom path Dao marks that Star Constellation Immortal Venerable had already refined. But at least in the future, when they fought here, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable would gain the amplification of wisdom path Dao marks, and so would Giant Sun Immortal. He would not lose his home ground advantage. But I don't have much immortal essence left. Giant Sun Immortal sighed internally. The process of refining natural Dao marks expended rank 9 immortal essence intensely. At the start, Giant Sun Immortal only refined the luck path Dao marks around him. It was like weaving a spherical spiderweb. From one point, it grew to a small ball, and then to a large ball. As the spider web grew larger, the number of Dao marks it came into contact with increased. At the same time, refining these luck path Dao marks consumed a terrifying amount of immortal essence. Right now, Giant Sun Immortal only had over 100 yellow apricot immortal essence beads left. He had no choice but to stop. His immortal essence storage was already at a critical level. He had to reserve some in case of accidents. Giant Sun Immortal's rank 9 immortal aperture could produce yellow apricot immortal essence now. This was his only source of immortal essence. Longevity Heaven would not do. Although the Longevity Heaven hadn't devoured any of the 9 heavens fragments and wasn't corroded by the power of providence, after the Giant Sun Immortal died, it couldn't produce the Giant Sun's immortal energy. Right now, even though Giant Sun Immortal had revived, the true Venerable immortal aperture was this one in his body. It had not passed the first chaotic disaster. Furthermore, this second aperture of Giant Sun Immortal had just been constructed. It was not very prosperous. The immortal aperture origin source could not produce much immortal essence. Unless Giant Sun Immortal absorbed Longevity Heaven into his body, but if he did that, the luck path Dao marks in his body would increase sharply, and he would lose the possibility of cultivating blood path. I must first cultivate my blood path to a certain extent before I can regain my previous life's foundation. This was the pain of development, and it had to be endured. Cultivating the blood path at the same time will be of great help to the competition between supremacies. Thankfully, I don't have enough immortal essence. The situation for the other 2 venerables will be worse. Giant Sun Immortal smiled. He had always felt that he had an advantage in terms of immortal essence. Even though he could not refine luck path Dao marks for the time being, Giant Sun Immortal was not idle. He waited for the immortal essence to be produced while comprehending blood path. Blood Sea Ancestor's true identity was Giant Sun Immortal's clone. Blood Sea Ancestor created blood path. He left behind countless blood path inheritances after his death. Most of them were mortal GU or mortal killer moves, but there were 9 true inheritances at GU immortal level. They were the peak of blood path at that time. These 9 inheritances were Blood Skull GU, Blood Handprint GU, Blood Chi GU, Blood Sweat GU, Meridian Blood GU, Blood Shadow GU, Blood Battle GU, Blood Deity GU, as well as the method to raise and enslave the ancient desolate beast Violent Blood Dragon Bat. Unfortunately, Blood Sea Ancestor was targeted by the Celestial Court when he was alive. His inheritances were also the same after his death. They were mostly destroyed. Thankfully, Blood Sea Ancestor had left behind countless mortal inheritances. Most of the 9 true inheritances were useful. The one who obtained the most true inheritances was Southern Borders GU Immortal Shong Yang Fei. When he was young, he found Blood Handprint Immortal GU in Southern Borders Blood Tide Pit. Later, he obtained the Blood Shadow GU True Inheritance. Northern Plains Meridian Blood Immortal GU True Inheritance was obtained by Dongfang Naganori. Western Desert's Blood Chi Immortal GU True Inheritance was obtained by Demon Immortal Chi Ju. The true inheritance regarding the ancient desolate beast Violent Blood Dragon Bat was obtained by Shadow Sect. It ended up in Song Zixing's hands. Central Continent's Blood Deity Immortal GU True Inheritance was fought over by the 10 great ancient sects. Most of it was destroyed. The remnant recipe of Blood Deity Immortal GU was obtained by Myriad Dragon Doc. Of the remaining 3 true inheritances, because of the changes in heaven and earth, Blood Skull Immortal GU was destroyed due to the volcanic eruption. Blood Sweat GU was mysteriously taken. It had not appeared until now. Maybe something happened to the person who took it. The Blood Battle GU True Inheritance was accidentally destroyed by an immemorial desolate beast. After Giant Sun Immortal revived, he collected all of the Huang Jin tribe's blood path research results. Longevity Heaven also had some results. Next, he ordered Earth Extremity Gan Ni to refine Immortal GU. He obtained several blood path Immortal GU. But only Blood Battle Immortal GU was included. As for the other 7 Immortal GU, other than Blood Deity Immortal GU, he had already tried them. The result was that these Immortal GU all existed in the world. Without a choice, Giant Sun Immortal had to use Imitation GU to temporarily turn into Blood Relation GU. He was barely able to construct a blood path formation and successfully revive in Crazed Demon Cave. I have already digested the blood path primordial domain. My blood path attainment level has also reached Supreme Grandmaster now. But there were too few blood path Immortal GU. Giant Sun Immortal first absorbed the primordial domain in Crazed Demon Cave and reached Luck Path Supreme Grandmaster attainment level. Then he snatched the primordial domain. His first focus was on blood path. He snatched a lot of the primordial domain. He did not have time to absorb it back then, but now, he had secretly absorbed all the blood path-related primordial domain. In terms of attainment level, he was the #1 blood path person in the 5 regions and 2 heavens, but back then, he felt awkward like he could not make bricks without straw. He needed more and more crucial blood path immortal GU. Among them, the ones that Giant Sun Immortal yearned for were Blood Asset Immortal GU, Blood Skull Immortal GU, Bloodline Immortal GU, Blood Relation Immortal GU, and others. But the reality was, these immortal GU all had owners. Gan Ni had been refining all sorts of blood path immortal GU for Giant Sun Immortal. Blood Rope Immortal GU was one of the results. But these immortal GU were too low level, they were not suitable for Giant Sun Immortal. He needed to at least raise these blood path immortal GU to rank 8. It was too difficult for Gan Ni to complete this task. Gan Ni dual cultivated Earth Path and Refinement Path, she was not a pure Refinement Path GU Immortal. Even for a GU Immortal who cultivated Path, the efficiency of refining rank 8 Immortal GU was very low. If Long Hair Ancestor was still alive, it would be much more convenient. Giant Sun Immortal started to miss Long Hair Ancestor. Back then, he had asked Long Hair Ancestor to refine so many Luck Path Immortal GU, gradually building 88-point Shenyang Tower. Fang Yuan refined so many Blood Path Immortal GU, be it for this or for refining Blood Path Immortal GU in the future, I need to transact with her. Giant Sun Immortal found that he could not avoid Fang Yuan. Especially when Fengyang and Fang Yuan's public transaction succeeded, Giant Sun Immortal found out about Celestial Court's ambiguous attitude. Celestial Court had already done this. If Giant Sun Immortal did not follow them, he would be left behind by Fang Yuan and Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. I will let Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu do it. I will buy Blood Path Immortal GU from Fang Yuan. HMPH, isn't he close to Fang Yuan? Giant Sun Immortal made up his mind. Next, he started to deduce Blood Path Immortal GU recipes, as well as more Blood Path killer moves. His Blood Path Supreme Grandmaster attainment level was his greatest source of confidence. Of course, on the other hand, he was also using all sorts of methods to search for the Blood Path research results of the super forces, as well as the outstanding Blood Path inheritances that had been passed down. After all, deducing these immortal GU recipes and immortal killer moves required time and effort. If he had any results, it would save Giant Sun Immortal a lot of time and resources. Celestial Court. 2 days ago, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable had already stopped refining Celestial Court's Wisdom Path Dao marks. It was not that she did not want to, but her situation was the same as Giant Sun Immortal. Her immortal essence reserves had reached the limit, she had no choice but to stop. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's situation was different from Giant Sun Immortal's. Her previous life's Venerable Immortal Aperture had already been contributed to Celestial Court, while Celestial Court had annexed a large number of immemorial 9 heavens fragments. Under the corrosion of providence, her Wisdom Path Dao marks had turned into natural Dao marks. She could not be like Giant Sun Immortal, who could retrieve her original Venerable Immortal Aperture and increase the number of her Dao marks. But she had an advantage. Celestial Court had far more Wisdom Path Dao marks than Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's previous life. Because Celestial Court had existed for over 3 million years, during which countless Wisdom Path rank 8 GU Immortals were born, their immortal apertures had also fused with Celestial Court. If she could completely refine Celestial Court's Wisdom Path Dao marks, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's amplification would be far greater than Giant Sun Immortal's in Longevity Heaven. These last 2 days, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable had been deducing killer moves. She was trying to use Star Eyes GU and others to modify her combat system. Like Giant Sun Immortal, she had also absorbed a lot of primordial domain, becoming a supreme grandmaster of Star Path. Furthermore, she cultivated Wisdom Path. She had a greater advantage in deducing killer moves than Giant Sun Immortal. When refining natural Dao marks, the immortal essence expenditure was too intense. But when deducing killer moves, the immortal essence expenditure was completely acceptable for Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. With her current Venerable Immortal Aperture, the immortal essence production was higher than the immortal essence expenditure. Most importantly, I need to completely refine Celestial Court's wisdom path Dao marks. After that, star constellation Immortal Venerable could use her killer move to conceal the details of Celestial Court. Giant Sun Immortal would not be able to use Longevity Heaven's luck path Dao marks to investigate forcefully. Star constellation Immortal Venerable was deeply aware of the principle that it was hard to do things openly, but easy to do things secretly. After I conceal Giant Sun Immortal's investigation, the first step is to break the truthful floating ice and take out the derivation GU inside to help the development of human path. In terms of immortal essence, Giant Sun Immortal should have the advantage. In terms of GU refinement, Fang Yuan has the advantage. But I have rank 9 derivation Immortal GU, as long as I use it properly, I will be able to surpass the two Venerables. Star constellation Immortal Venerable calculated in her mind. The three Venerables were in a standoff, even though they were not fighting, this was just a different method of competition. Dao marks refinement, immortal essence storage, rank 9 Immortal GU, and other aspects became the focus of the competition between the three Venerables. Undeniably, whoever had the advantage in these aspects would have a higher chance of winning. Chapter 2277. Eastern Sea. This should be enough, I should stop for now. Fang Yuan willed as he stopped refining Dao marks. Fang Yuan had over 100 beads of yellow apricot immortal essence in the sovereign immortal aperture. But Fang Yuan did not stop refining natural Dao marks because of his immortal essence storage. In fact, while he was refining Eastern Sea's refinement path Dao marks on the surface, he was actually dispelling the truthful floating ice. Most of his yellow apricot immortal essence was used to dispel the truthful floating ice, only a small portion was used to refine Eastern Sea's refinement path Dao marks. This performance allowed Star Constellation Immortal Venerable and Giant Sun Immortal to stay in their respective headquarters. They did not find trouble with Fang Yuan. Oh! Giant Sun Immortal has stopped refining natural Dao marks. Fang Yuan's eyes shined. This information could not be concealed, and because the three Venerables paid close attention to each other, Fang Yuan soon learned of it. Giant Sun Immortal should not have much immortal essence left, even though Star Constellation Immortal Venerable is hiding in Celestial Court, her situation should be the same. Fang Yuan let out a sigh of relief. The two Venerables' immortal essence reserves were low, they were less likely to find trouble with Fang Yuan, the threat they posed to Fang Yuan was also reduced by several times. Thankfully, I took a risk and succeeded in refining rank 9 Heavenly Essence Treasure Imperial Lotus, otherwise, I would be in a lot of trouble now. With three Venerables, once they fell behind, it would be hard to catch up. After all, the three Venerables were heroes among heroes. Right now, in terms of immortal essence reserves, I am already on par with the three Venerables. But the truth is, I have many advantages, I have surpassed the two Venerables. Fang Yuan evaluated. Firstly, rank 9 Heavenly Essence Treasure Imperial Lotus was truly powerful. Next, Fang Yuan's sovereign immortal aperture was reinforced with time path methods, the flow of time was faster than the two Venerables. In contrast, Giant Sun Immortal and Star Constellation Immortal Venerable had conflicting Dao marks, there were almost no time path methods that could affect their immortal apertures. Finally, Fang Yuan's sovereign immortal aperture's foundation far surpassed the two Venerables' immortal apertures that he had just started developing. The amount of yellow apricot immortal essence produced by the immortal aperture origin core was much higher than the two Venerables. With these three factors combined, Fang Yuan's yellow apricot immortal elemental energy output was much higher than the two Venerables. When Fang Yuan was refining the natural Dao marks, he tried his best to look like he was having a hard time continuing, stopping frequently. Because of obscured heavenly secret, the two Venerables did not know that Fang Yuan had rank 9 Heavenly Essence Treasure Imperial Lotus. And because the two Venerables knew about the sovereign immortal aperture, they understood the disadvantage of non-conflicting Dao marks, they felt that Fang Yuan would not take the risk to increase the speed of time. As for the amount of immortal essence produced by the immortal aperture origin core, because the sovereign immortal aperture had just gone through a small chaotic disaster, as well as Giant Sun Immortal's blessing and disaster ambush, the two Venerables had underestimated the sovereign immortal aperture's foundation. Especially during this period of time, Fang Yuan was refining GU publicly in jewel yellow skies. He was willing to pay immortal GU to purchase all kinds of resource points. He did not conceal his intention of constructing earth veins and water veins. This kind of full-on construction of the immortal aperture was seen by the two venerables. It only confirmed their guess that the sovereign immortal aperture had suffered great losses in Crazed Demon Cave. Fang Yuan tried to guess the two venerables' thoughts. In their opinion, I need to work on the immortal essence production. Refining rank 9 immortal GU is too risky. Accelerating the immortal aperture's time will lead to calamities and tribulations. I will expose my weakness. Thus, I can only develop the immortal aperture madly, to make the immortal aperture origin core deeper and produce even more yellow apricot immortal essence. But if I expose even the slightest flaw, the two venerables might be suspicious. Especially star constellation Immortal Venerable, she is the #1 wisdom path person in history. It will be very difficult to deceive her. Fang Yuan was treading on thin ice. He knew that if he maintained the current situation, it would be a rare victory. He could not expose even the slightest flaw. Once there was a flaw, the two venerables would immediately magnify it. They would quickly probe it with full force. Once the truth was exposed, what would happen? Fang Yuan would definitely be attacked by the two venerables. Fang Yuan did not know how long he could conceal it. After all, he was facing two of the most outstanding GU cultivators in history. Who knew, his secret might be exposed at the next moment. If that happened, Fang Yuan would not find it strange. No longer distracted by refining refinement path Dao marks, Fang Yuan started to unravel the truthful floating ice with all his strength. His intuition told him that he was about to make a huge gain. As expected, a few days later, his heaven path attainment level rose again, reaching quasi-grandmaster level. Even though he did not reach grandmaster level, Fang Yuan had a deep foundation. He felt a strong sense of confidence. If I deduce with all my strength now, I will definitely be able to deduce a heaven path killer move that will allow me to take the primordial domain. Fang Yuan's primordial domain was still inside jewel yellow skies. The goods inside jewel yellow skies could not be used inside jewel yellow skies. Thus, Fang Yuan's plan of selling his clone and absorbing the primordial domain had no chance of success from the start. Only when Fang Yuan took out the primordial domain would he be able to absorb it and raise his attainment level. Unraveling the truthful floating ice mainly increases heaven path Dao marks, followed by heaven path attainment level, and finally the attainment level of the other paths. This final increase in attainment level is not obvious. It seems to be a bonus of the truthful floating ice. It only takes up a small proportion. As long as I rely on the primordial domain, I will be able to raise the attainment levels of the other path. But, is there a need for that now? Fang Yuan thought about it carefully before shaking his head. Deducing a heaven path killer move was not a problem for Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan was wary of the two venerables. Once he took out the primordial domain, his heaven path method would be exposed. The two venerables would be wary first. Fang Yuan had the sovereign immortal body. After digesting so much primordial domain, his attainment level would definitely rise sharply, his threat level would increase greatly. Then, the two venerables would be suspicious. How could Fang Yuan have such a heaven path method? Fang Yuan did not show it before, but now that he had this heaven path method, it meant that he had made a lot of progress in his heaven path cultivation. It was easy to link this to the truthful floating ice. After all, Fang Yuan had obtained the most truthful floating ice among the three venerables. If Fang Yuan's progress in heaven path came from unraveling the truthful floating ice, then, where did the immortal essence he needed to unravel the truthful floating ice come from? Star constellation Immortal Venerable and Limitless Demon Venerable had cooperated for a long time to maintain the Crazed Demon formation. She had also become one with the Tao and created the killer move workers of Heaven's work. She definitely knew the immortal essence expenditure of unraveling the truthful floating ice. Once she found something amiss, she would inform Giant Sun Immortal. The two venerables would work together to deal with and suppress Fang Yuan. Just like what Fang Yuan had thought of earlier, once a small flaw was exposed, the two venerables would work together to suppress him. The possibility of that was too high. I can deduce the Heaven Path Killer move secretly, but I need to postpone collecting the primordial domain. Even though the primordial domain was very useful to Fang Yuan, it was not crucial. It would also attract the attacks of the two Venerables. Fang Yuan would lose his current advantage. That would be a huge loss. No, I can postpone deductions of the Heaven Path Killer move. After all, once I grasp this method, my luck will rise sharply. Now that I have rank 9 Heavenly Essence Treasure Imperial Lotus, I have already increased the burden of obscured heavenly secret, causing its consumption to increase. What I need to do now is to refine a second rank 9 Immortal GU. This thought had been in Fang Yuan's mind for a long time. As for what Immortal GU to refine, Fang Yuan already had an answer. That was Advance Refinement GU, not Spring Autumn Cicada, Dogshit Luck, Attitude GU, or Dream Token GU, but Advance Refinement GU. Once Advance Refinement GU became rank 9, it would be of great help to Fang Yuan when he refines other rank 8 Immortal GU. For example, when Fang Yuan refined Heavenly Essence Treasure Imperial Lotus, if he had rank 9 Advance Refinement GU, the difficulty would be reduced by at least half. Fang Yuan had two advantages in refining rank 9 Advance Refinement GU. The first advantage was that Fang Yuan had rank 8 Advance Refinement GU. This Advance Refinement GU came from Lang Ya sect. It was the core of the long hair refinement path formation, and later became the core of Fang Yuan's 4-element square regret blood refinement pool. The second advantage was that Advance Refinement GU was a refinement path Immortal GU. Even though some rule path Immortal materials would be used in the process, it was far better than Heavenly Essence Treasure Imperial Lotus. Refinement path Immortal materials were the majority. Fang Yuan was a refinement path Venerable. He could be said to be flawless in handling refinement path Immortal materials. This way, the success rate would be greatly increased. Just as Fang Yuan was secretly refining rank 9 Advance Refinement GU. Western Desert. At the heart of Wind Falcon Desert. Rumble. With a loud sound, sand and dust flew in the air. An Immortal GU house charged out of the ground. It was one of Fang Clan's rank 7 Immortal GU houses, Chicken Dog Coop. This Immortal GU house was like two pavilions built side by side. The house on the left was bright yellow, and there was a circular plaque under the eaves. On the plaque, there was only a large chicken character. The house on the right was vermilion, and on the circular plaque, there was a dog character. The door of the pavilion opened, dozens of ancient desolate beasts of the chicken and dog species flew out. Chicken Dog Coop burst out with profound light, shaking heaven and earth. An oasis suddenly appeared in the desert that was originally empty. There were pine trees growing in this oasis. The pine trees were tall, each tree was at least 100 feet tall, and there was a large distance between the trees. The pine trees spread their branches freely, their leaves gathered into lumps, the surface was extremely flat, like a lawn in the sky. On the lawn made of pine leaves, there were huge bird nests. Long drive wind falcons were resting in the nests. There were many wind falcons, there were ordinary wild beasts, beast kings, desolate beasts, and even ancient desolate beasts of different strength. What a tall pine oasis, as expected of the second most famous resource point in Western Desert among WAN Clan's resource points. Fang Di Chang was inside Chicken Dog Coop as he evaluated lightly. This was an important area of WN Clan. The one guarding this place was WN Clan's rank 7 GU Immortal Expert, WN Xiao. WN Xiao did not show himself. He controlled the immortal formation to resist the attacks of the ancient desolate beasts while shouting furiously, "Fang Clan, what are you trying to do? As a member of Western Desert's righteous path, you are actually attacking a super force of the same path?" Inside Chicken Dog Coop, Fang Di Chang sneered, "Earlier, WN Clan gathered Western Desert super forces to attack my Fang Clan. We will settle this debt with you now. Do you really think my Fang Clan is easy to bully?" Chapter 2278. At the center of the formation, WN Xiao's expression was grim. He felt like a huge rock was pressing down on his heart. Fang Clan's sudden attack caught WN Xiao off guard. In fact, it was not that WAN Clan was unprepared. Ever since WAN clan failed to gather Western Desert's Righteous Path superforces to guard against Fang clan's revenge, WN clan sent more manpower to all the resource points at the periphery and strengthened the defensive immortal formations there. They even paid a high price to ask Xiao clan to set up a teleportation immortal formation that could reinforce them in time. But to think that Fang clan actually crossed the periphery and went deep into WAN clan's territory, brazenly attacking WAN clan's second largest resource point. Fang clan had planned this for a long time, but how did they get here? WAN Xiao was full of doubts. WAN clan was familiar with Fang clan's 3 immortal GU houses, Chicken Dog Coop, Inquiry Dock, and Fallen Flower Hall. None of them could do this. Oh no. Right at this time, WN Xiao was shocked to find that the formation was shaking, the ground was shaking like a trench was forming, a large number of trees in tall pine oasis were falling down. This defensive formation's formation base is buried underground, it is several thousand feet deep. Fang clan actually found it and are destroying it. WN Xiao quickly inspected and found that an immortal GU house was wreaking havoc underground, continuously destroying the formation base. Immortal formations usually had a formation base, it was like building a pavilion needed a foundation. The formation base was extremely important to an immortal formation, it was the foundation of the foundation. If the formation base was destroyed, the formation would be like a pavilion with its foundation destroyed, it would become very unstable. If there was any wind or rain, it would sway and reveal a huge flaw, it might even collapse and be destroyed. Thus, when GU immortals set up immortal formations, they had to hide the formation base well. Some formation bases were hidden underground, some were hidden in the sky, and some were wrapped in the center of the formation. This defensive formation of tall pine oasis had been set up for a long time, it was also limited by the environment. To the GU immortals who set up the immortal formation back then, they could only bury the formation base deep underground, this arrangement could take care of all aspects. It could be used for defense and also nurture resources. But now, the formation base has been found and is being attacked. What a sinister and ruthless Fang clan. They actually had an Earth Path immortal GU house. WN Xiao gritted his teeth. What made his heart go cold was that Fang clan's attack was as swift as lightning. Clearly, they had made ample preparations. Who came up with this plan? Wasn't Fang Di Chang trapped in Divine Emperor City? Could it be that youngster Fang Yun? What should we do? WN Xiao's face was covered in cold sweat. Previously, he was still confident. The defensive immortal array of the tall pine oasis was very strong. He was confident that he could rely on this formation to hold on until the reinforcements from the WN clan's headquarters arrived. Fang clan had immortal GU houses, so did WN clan. With the reinforcement of WN clan's immortal GU houses and the defensive immortal formation, it would not be hard to repel Fang clan. As long as the Fang clan was defeated, it would be the WAN clan's victory. Because Fang family's actions had crossed the bottom line of Western Desert's righteous path. If they returned in defeat, their reputation would definitely be greatly reduced. The WAN clan would take this opportunity to launch a counterattack and hold a public rally. At that time, the reactions of the various superpowers of the Western Desert would definitely be different from before. However, will I be able to hold on until then? WAN Xiao's expression was solemn. The headquarters of the WAN family. What? Fang clan attacked my tall pine oasis. After receiving WN Xiao's request for reinforcements, WN clan's first supreme elder's expression changed drastically. WAN Xiao described the details in the letter. The situation was grave and extremely urgent. Tall Pine Oasis was WN clan's second largest resource point. It was a famous super resource point in Western Desert, and even the 5 regions, it had to be saved and could not be lost. Once it was lost, the losses would be too great. Fang clan is truly vicious. Our WAN clan is at a crucial moment. WAN clan's first supreme elder only had rank 7 cultivation and did not have outstanding battle strength, but he had a keen sense of the overall situation. He was deeply aware, once Tall Pine Oasis was lost, not only would the resources inside be completely lost, WAN clan's reputation and prestige would also suffer a huge blow. Previously, WAN clan's rally had failed, and now, if the resource point was destroyed by Fang clan, then in everyone's eyes, WAN clan would be at the bottom of Western Desert's righteous path, they would be the target of ridicule, they would be the symbol of weakness. Once they had such a perception, WAN clan would definitely walk on the path of decline. Because in the current situation, a chaotic battle was about to occur, everyone felt uneasy. If a chaotic battle broke out, everyone would feel that WAN clan could be bullied. To the WAN clan, this was quite terrifying. Thus, after WAN clan's first Supreme Elder received WN Xiao's request for reinforcements, he immediately took action and personally controlled Winding Light Platform to attack. There was only one rank 6 GU Immortal and one rank 7 Immortal GU house guarding the headquarters. On the way, WN clan's first Supreme Elder sent a message to all the WAN clan GU Immortals. WAN clan's GU Immortals were shocked and furious. The border is calm, it is currently very stable. After receiving the Immortals' replies, WN clan's first Supreme Elder's brows were still tightly furrowed. After rapidly thinking for a while, he gritted his teeth and sent an order. WAN Hao Guang quickly received this order. Zui Qing, defend here, if Fang clan attacks, retreat immediately if necessary. I am going to Wind Falcon Desert to reinforce WAN Xiao. WAN Hao Guang was about to leave. He and WN Xiao had a deep relationship. Back then, when WN clan's 3 Immortals fought against Fang Yuan, WN Xiao risked his life to save WN Hao Guang. Right now, WN Hao Guang could do the same. But WN Zui Qing grabbed WN Hao Guang's hand. Lord, it is too risky for you to reinforce them now. The information is unclear now, we have not figured out what Fang clan's true plan is. If they are besieging them to attack the reinforcements, wouldn't you be walking into a tiger's den? I have a suggestion. Right now, Fang clan has penetrated deep into our WAN clan's territory. If we purely defend, we will only get beaten up and fall into Fang clan's trap. We might as well attack and occupy Fang clan's resource points. We will fight attack with attack. WN Hao Guang's gaze brightened as he sized up WN Zui Qing and patted his shoulder. Good lad, you have improved. But do you think First Supreme Elder has not thought of this? WN Hao Guang shook his head. The reason why First Supreme Elder wants us to reinforce them is because he does not have confidence in repelling Fang clan's army. Fang clan's First Supreme Elder Fang Gong has rank 8 cultivation and his whereabouts are not obvious. He is likely inside Immortal GU House Chicken Dog Coop. According to your plan, even if we attack Fang clan's resource points, once Tall Pine Oasis is lost, our WAN clan will also suffer a huge loss. Even if we add up all of Fang clan's resource points, they cannot compare to our Tall Pine Oasis. WN Zui Qing's face was pale. At this moment, he deeply realized the cruelty of reality. Not knowing Fang clan's true plan, WN Hao Guang risked his life to reinforce them. Because WAN clan's Tall Pine Oasis could not be lost. Boom! The formation base was destroyed, a huge hole was opened in the Immortal formation, Chicken Dog Coop directly charged in. WN Xiao had a furious expression, but he could only grit his teeth and support the broken formation with all his strength. Wind falcons screeched, their beautiful home was invaded. These wind falcons were stimulated and attacked Chicken Dog Coop, as well as the chickens and dogs that Fang clan had sent out earlier. At once, they fought fiercely and blood splattered. The cries of chickens, barks of dogs, and the cries of falcons mixed together and resounded in the whole battlefield. An immemorial wind falcon clawed fiercely, breaking a roof of Chicken Dog Coop. The Fang clan GU Immortals inside were already prepared, they methodically repaired the roof. Fang Di Chang laughed heartily. What a great immemorial desolate beast, come in. At the next moment, Chicken Dog Coop burst out with a pillar of light. The light pillar enveloped the immemorial wind falcon and pulled it back. The immemorial wind falcon struggled with all its strength, but its body became smaller and smaller, its resistance also became weaker and weaker. It was finally devoured by Chicken Dog Coop. What? This Immortal GU house can actually suppress the immemorial wind falcon? WAN Xiao's heart shook fiercely again. Chicken Dog Coop was an enslavement path immortal GU house that could only enslave chickens and dogs. To think that it had a new ability now. Enough, enough. Fang Clan, you will pay the price for this one day. I swear, Wan Xiao, swear. Wan Xiao watched as the wind falcons were suppressed in large numbers by Chicken Dog Coop. He screamed in his heart. Fortunately, this situation did not last long. Wan Clan's first Supreme Elder appeared in the sky with Wan Clan's immortal GU house. Wan Xiao's heart immediately relaxed. Its winding light platform. Fang Di Chang muttered to himself when he saw this. This winding light platform was a light path rank 7 immortal GU house. It was grey-white in color and had 8 sides and 8 corners. On the tall mountain, Wan Clan's first Supreme Elder stood straight like a spear, his face filled with anger as he stared fixedly at Chicken Dog Coop. Both sides were still several li away when winding light platform suddenly burst out with 4 pillars of light. The pillars of light actually curved in the air and attacked Chicken Dog Coop agilely. Under Fang Di Chang's control, Chicken Dog Coop activated a defensive killer move to block these 4 pillars of light. In just a short while, winding light platform arrived in front of Chicken Dog Coop. Bam! With a loud sound, Wan Clan's first Supreme Elder fiercely activated winding light platform, directly crashing into Chicken Dog Coop. The 2 immortal GU houses collided, a large number of mortal GU turned into fragments and flew back. He, Wan Clan's first Supreme Elder, you have such a temper. Fang Di Chang's voice resounded in the battlefield. Wan Clan's first Supreme Elder and Wan Xiao's expressions changed. Fang Di Chang? Weren't you trapped in Emperor City? No, Divine Emperor City? The corners of Fang Di Chang's mouth twitched, his voice quickly turning gloomy. This is not important. Wan Clan, this time, I will teach you a lesson on behalf of Fang Clan. Not any random force can find trouble with my Fang Clan. Shameless boasting. Wan Clan's first Supreme Elder shouted angrily. Winding light platform erupted with a killer move again. Dozens of pillars of light swept across, forcing Chicken Dog Coop to retreat. The ancient desolate beasts such as chickens and dogs suffered disastrous casualties under the light pillars. Even the Earth Path Immortal GU house deep underground was heavily damaged. The main body of the Immortal GU house was almost destroyed. Fang Clan can move underground and enter deep into the heart of the enemy's territory to launch a surprise attack. It is very likely due to this Earth Path Immortal GU house. But this Immortal GU house seems to be very weak, at least in terms of defense. Wan Clan's first Supreme Elder was immediately overjoyed. You're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.